Honorable
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge.
Amen. Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. I welcome you to today's sitting. On 15th of July, 2024, I received a petition from families in Remiaga, Zimbabwe, who claimed to have been illegally evicted from their lands and mistreated by Honorable Sechkubo Theodore, MP Remiaga County. I have, in accordance with Rule 30, Sub-Rule 6 of Rules of Procedure, considered to refer the same petition to the Minister of Lands, who will coordinate with other relevant ministries whose issues have been brought to the fore, and then report back within 3 months. It was a wide petition. Under Rule 30, Sub-Rule 6, in the opinion of the Speaker, the petition can be referred to a committee or to a minister who is responsible. I felt the minister, it needed a lot of investigative work than this one. We usually see in the press, people coming and showing whatever they are showing. So the minister will go deeper, working with the relevant minister. Honorable colleagues, we shall handle matters of national importance during the Prime Minister's time. Next item.
Item 3.
Honorable Sechkubo, clarification from Honorable Sechkubo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I concur with your guidance and ruling on this matter, wherein even more grave allegations were made, like shooting, killings. I think those would be appropriately handled and investigated to their logical conclusion. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, there was one of us, Honorable Chimosho, had equally made similar allegations. Maybe I need your guidance. Would he be given opportunity to sustain a petition on its own, or he would be referred, as you may guide, to any authority or institution? Because he made attacks against my name here on the floor of Parliament, and he's a member of Parliament. I urged him to withdraw, he didn't. I urged him to substantiate, he hasn't to date, and the Hansard remains open and it touches my name. Would he be given opportunity to that regard, Right Honorable Speaker, so that he can elaborate to Parliament which course of action he wants to take, or he can come up with his own fully fledged motion or petition, as the case might be? I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I think this is why we are sending all this to the minister. The minister will, among the people, the minister can ask, include the Honorable Chimosho, and the response of the minister will be brought here. Then we shall have chance. But if Honorable Sechkubo, as a member, you feel so aggrieved by the statements which were made by the Honorable Chimosho, our rules provide a window whereby you can make a statement of personal explanation under Rule 55. In case you need to do that, please get in touch. We would give you space. Yeah. Honorable Seungu? Oh, let me first allow the government chief whip. Acting government chief whip.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, regarding the guidance you've given in the Honorable Sechkubo case, and then the fact that he has raised the other allegations of shootings and killings, would it not be a little more proper to look at these lands as arising out of these killings and so on, so that this matter either goes to internal affairs or internal affairs and lands together? Right Honorable, we seek your guidance.
Thank you. The critical matter, the cause of all this, according to the petition, is land. So they are alleging Honorable Sechkubo grabbed our land. And in the process, also tortured us. So they are saying we want our land back. We want our arrested people released. So it's a multitude of issues. And now, that's why I have chosen the Minister for Land, since it started from lands. But I have guided very well. And I've written to her, I've written to the Minister, that she should involve other ministries to handle issues which are beyond land. But I wanted a focal minister, a focal person who would handle these issues. So I believe she will do a sufficient job. Honorable Seungu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm standing for, as a matter of fact, that I'm using my privilege as a member of parliament. And Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Uganda grants any citizen to believe in what he wants, hence being a secular state. I am a Catholic, but there's a growing tendency of security agencies getting people wearing rosaries, and they end up breaking them. Even the Catholic Church, if a Muslim enters with his heart, is allowed to enter. But what we saw with one of our security officers who got our president, actually, he was wearing his rosary and it was broken by security agencies. And this is unacceptable. When do they have to remove them? What does the law say? And Mr. Speaker, the Speaker of Parliament.
I just wanted the record to be clear. So the security guards of the president grabbed the a rosary of a president security guard.
No, Mr. Speaker, let me put it right. The president of Nationality Platform has his ADC by the names of Achilles, Chivumbi, and actually who was arrested by the illegally. But these security agencies arresting him broke the rosary. And I've been waiting for an apology from either the ministry or police. Nothing is happening. But as a Catholic, I pay a lot of respect to the rosary. And you want to know, if someone is arrested or any other person, whether Muslim, should they remove his heart? Muslim tarabusi, the heart, or rosary? We want to know why. Because this is a secular state which allows us to believe in God. Even in Ruzira, prisoners have mass. They get priests, they get reverends to pray for them. So could we know, if you are arresting me now in my rosary here, Mr. Speaker? One of them, I got them from the Right Honorable Speaker, from Italy. Do you have to break my rosary? What has the rosary done to you as an army officer, security officer? And fortunately, the chief whip is a Catholic as well. But he doesn't matter. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to know, under which legal regime do you tamper with the Catholic ornaments?
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I want us going forward, we limit point of privilege to issues to do with our entitlements in the House. That's where we should limit point of privilege. Otherwise, then I will not be able at any time. Any member will say it's my privilege to stand up and speak. It's my privilege. So let us limit it to that. But this is a very sensitive matter. I haven't been able to see the video, but also it's a matter which can inflame the nation depending on how we take it. Okay? So, Honorable Sewungu, I will take it up between the Minister of Internal Affairs and you so that we see how best. Because I don't think someone broke it because I'm a Catholic. I recite a rosary in my upbringing. I think I have what I have, whatever I have, because of the intercession of the Virgin Mary that comes through me reciting my rosary. That's how I survive, and that's how even, people don't know what protects us. That's what protects some of us. Okay? So really, honorable colleagues, I request. You've had in some countries, after such a submission, you hear demonstrations on the streets, burning what? So let us see a way, Honorable Sewungu usually guides. We are going to see a way of handling it better. Please. Honorable colleagues, when I'm requesting on some matters, some of them, please understand me. I know where this can go, and unnecessary yet I don't think anyone can be sent to go and grab a rosary and break it. That's why I've said I'm going to arrange, the Honorable Sewungu, I will arrange Minister for Internal Affairs. We meet, plus the chaplain of the Catholics and chairperson of the Catholic chaplaincy, and we discuss this matter.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It's Honorable Nsamba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a matter that concerns this House in the press and in the public about this Parliament meeting in regions. Yesterday, when the LOP raised it, you guided that you're going to have a meeting and you communicate. I was on the news when our colleagues from Northern Uganda had taken up from a different angle, completely from the angle of Parliament, to make it a bit tribal. Mr. Speaker, we are members of Parliament here. Whatever decision that goes on in your leadership, we need to be involved. Should we expect a proper motion before this House proposing the shifting or the hosting of this Parliament elsewhere beyond this House, so that we can have our own contribution, so that it's a session that members agreed here to do that? Mr. Speaker, the earlier the better. Mr. Speaker, when we leave this matter not brought here, and it is, I'm hearing meetings sitting over the same, so many things are going on over the same, a proper communication needs to come to this House so that the country knows the reasons why and the advantages. Everything needs to be communicated. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable colleagues, I also saw the exchanges in the media, which were unpleasant, and really uncalled for. And also, that's why I usually say, when we are making statements, we should be very cautious. For example, I don't think we are spending 5 billion for the seating, for the proposed seating. Okay? No, and I read, is it 5 billion per day? So 20 billion, and now the public is saying that you stop those sittings so that we pay in turns, so that we place in turns. And I tell you some of the statements we make here. We open fire against ourselves indirectly. In this house, if we think some of us will go clean others, that it might end up all being, mixed up. But I will be, yes, I talked to the clerk. We are going to inform you formally as a house on, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday in the sitting here, and we shall guide you how it goes. Now, the speaker, under the general authority of the speaker, Rule 7, yes, Rule 7, where the speaker has general authority, can determine where a sitting can be. That's how we got Kororo. That's how we used to go to Serena. I can't remember when we had the motion here, where you would first debate and say, we've made a resolution, we go, we sit here and there and there. But our role will be to ensure that indeed we bring everyone on board. And I know yesterday there are MPs who are not happy that I denied them a chance to respond to Rob. Please, these are our issues internally. This shouldn't be an issue of debate here. MPs start pointing on each other. You're benefiting, you're not. Please, let's take it easy. Then we shall guide you next week. We shall guide you next week. Let's move on from this issue. Honorable Felix, let's move on from this issue. Let's get our elder who has been here longer than all of us.
Mr. Speaker, about 3 months ago, the Speaker and the staff of Parliament invited members of the Greater North Parliamentary Group, especially from West Nile, Acholi, Lango, and Karamoja. We had a meeting down in our conference hall to inform us about the planned program of Parliament having sessions in the North. All members from the North were invited. And we were informed that the meeting is going to be in Gulu. And the reason is to take Parliament to the people. The second is that we need visibility. That is what we're informed, that as Parliament, we also need to be visible with the people, because the power belongs to the people. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Guzuru, point of order. Honorable First, there's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Okot is a very respected member of this House. He has alleged here that all the members of Parliament from northern Uganda and including West Nile, where I belong, were invited. I'm not privy to any such invitation. I've checked my pigeonhole. I do not have such invitation. Is it in order for a member to impute that I, as a member of Parliament, received an invitation when I have not received that invitation?
Thank you. Honorable Koriga, not receiving the invitation doesn't mean you are not invited. Okay. Because, Honorable colleagues, because I remember I'm the speaker delegated chair that meeting. I'm the one who chaired that meeting. Now, because it was short notice, so what we did, we invited members through your associations, because you belong to groups. Northern Uganda, Honorable Achori, Honorable Kor, Lango, Honorable Tone Ayo, and okay, because it was just a consultative meeting. So if that wasn't done properly, we are sorry. Honorable Guzuri, if that wasn't done properly, we are sorry. Next time we shall do it. But no, for the record, for Honorable Felix Okotogong knows we invited all. Yeah, so we can't say we invited some and we didn't invite others. Okay, but the way we did it, the chairpersons might not have reached out to all of you at once. Okay. Yeah. So conclude, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that this parliament belongs to the people. And having meetings closer to our people is not wrong at all. And I would like to appeal to members of parliament, let not politicize this exercise. That is my appeal to members of parliament. Whatever we say undermines the power and of our parliament. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform members that actually we were informed, we are invited for this meeting, and maybe, Mr. Speaker, you can extend invitation to other members so that they are fully informed.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, honorable colleagues, the presiding officer will guide you on where the session of 27th, 28th, and 29th will be. And it will be gazetted. It will be formally gazetted. That's how, and proclaimed. Let us stop on this matter, honorable colleagues. Honorable Semuju.
Honorable Speaker, right, Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, the question raised by Honorable
No, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you.
I request you.
Mr. Speaker, a while ago, the Minister for Local Government was introduced also as acting Chief Whip. Mr. Speaker, I also refer to one of my issues I raised with you recently when you were assigned by the Minister of Education. Yet in a hierarchy, you are higher than ministers. We seem, Mr. Speaker, to have a problem, and we need to be reassured that the government is still functioning as a government. The minister, the president of Gabon has been in the country. This country has a hierarchy of the president, vice president, prime minister, the side of the executive. But the president of Gabon is made to trek a whole journey to Gulu, to go and meet President Yoweri Museveni's younger brother, Salim Saleh, a whole president of a country. And what they were discussing are issues of government, that on agriculture, you go to my younger brother. Can we be told what position does Saleh hold? Is he the number 2 in the country? Is he number 3? Is he number 4? That you get a whole visiting head of state. You remember we nearly had problems here when Garanga crashed in a helicopter. So can we be told? Because I have also seen the vice president and prime minister also trekking to Gulu to go and meet a person they should be supervising. So can we be told what position does General Saleh hold, such that visiting heads of state, if they don't see his elder brother, they go to see him, such that if a vice president and prime minister, when they are appointed, they go to visit him and not. So can we be told? Because that time, Mr. Speaker, I told you, I fear by you may end up one day.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, what Honorable Semuju has raised brings me to one day. I happen to know President Kibaki. So when we were hosting him here, when the government was hosting him here, on his schedule, he requested that there is someone he wants to see. And he wants to go to his home. And that was the late John Nagenda. The government made arrangements. President Kibaki came, did all state functions he needed to do, and he went to visit a personal friend on whom he reached. No ADC, no nothing. They talked about their times. I happen to know a little bit about the visit of the president of Gabon. And one of his closest friends and the people he admires most. Among the people is General Salim Saleh. He made that special request that he wanted to visit General Saleh as a friend. Now, it is uncourteous for a government to say, no, you can't go and visit General Saleh because he's the brother of the president. It will send a wrong message. So I request you, honorable colleagues, you better befriend presidents so that when they are coming here, they put you on the itinerary and the state will allow. I'm very, very sure if the president of Gabon had chosen Honorable Semuju, it would have been facilitated properly to visit them. Next item.
Item 3, statement by Minister on commemoration of the International Youth Day, 12 August 2024.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister for Youth.
Surviving a plane, something is going to kill him there.
No, no, we are proceeding well now. We on an item where they have not yet presented anything. So the procedure is right. Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, the statement I'm making to this August House is about the commemoration of the International Youth Day, which is celebrated annually on the 12th of August. Background, colleagues, you may recall the International Youth Day has its origin in the first ever World Conference of Ministers responsible for youth that took place in Lisbon, Portugal, between the 8th and 12th of August, 1998. Convinced by the numerical strength of the youth globally and their inherent capacity to play a pivotal role in the socio-economic and political transformation of society, the ministers recommend that the 12th August every year be designated by the UN system as International Youth Day. In 1991, in its resolution 54-120, the UN General Assembly endorsed and recommendation made by the World Conference of Ministers responsible for the youth. The Assembly further recommended that the information or activities be organized to commemorate the day as a way to promote awareness of the World Program of Action for the Youth. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, in collaboration with other line ministries, departments and agencies, development partners, civil society groups, civil society organizations, coordinate the activities to mark the International Youth Day. As this statement details the key aspects of national celebration for the current year 2024. The purpose of the statement, therefore, is to inform Parliament that Uganda will join the rest of the world to commemorate the International Youth Day on Monday, 12th August 2024. To inform Parliament that the theme of this year's celebration is skills development for enhancement of opportunities for youth. Aware that we must put a lot of emphasis on skilling of youth within the 21st century, hard and soft copy and digital skills, among others. I'm here also to inform Parliament that Sorot District will host the celebration at Sorot Koa PTC, Sorot District. Inform Parliament that all local government and cities have been informed and guided to observe the International Youth Day in accordance with national guidelines for commemoration of national days. I'm here also to inform Parliament that His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, will preside over the celebration. And I'm here to invite you, members of Parliament, to participate in the national celebration. Expected outcome of International Youth Day. International Youth Day 2024 has been presided over by the International Youth Week, which started on Monday, 5th August 2024, and will continue to 11th August 2024 during the busy eventful week. Various activities are taking place. The activities will include, but not limited to, the following: symposium and dialogue guided by the theme, skills development for enhancement of opportunities for the youth, games and sports, community engagement, including cleaning, homesteads, workplaces, etc., tree planting, blood donation, voluntary HIV testing and counseling, radio and TV shows, exhibition by young entrepreneurs, demonstrating value addition related to projects and enterprises. Then the annual National Youth Council meeting, which will take place on Sunday at Soroti University Main Hall. The celebration will, in addition, witness cultural entertainment presentation of the youth leaders, memorandum, and our ministry's report on government various programs aimed at empowering young people to address the unemployment and effectively contribute to the socio-economic transformation of the country. Lessons learned from previous celebrations. In collaboration with the partner and the youth of Uganda, a transformative movement that connects youth empowerment, reproductive health, and environmental conservation beyond International Youth Day enhances not only the lives of countless young individuals, but also epitomizes the power of collective action in steering towards a brighter and sustainable future. Celebrating the International Youth Day gives an opportunity for the political and civil leaders to give accountability to both the youth and the whole country on what government has done and plans to do for the youth. The young people are also able to state what they have done for themselves and commit to continue doing for their personal development as a contribution to sustainable national, socio-economic, and political transformation. Key achievement since last year's celebration on 12th August 2023 in Kabale, the Minister of Gender, Labor, and Social Development has, among others, operationalized the National Coordination Mechanism for Youth Programs that provides quarterly meetings with the partners to facilitate joint planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of youth interventions. 2, supervise wealth creation and youth empowerment programs, including the Youth Livelihood Program, started in financial year 2023-2014 with an approved budget of approximately 347 billion 672 million, out of which 241 billion 45 million was released by financial year 2023-2024. Uganda shilling 185 billion 306 million of this disbursed to a total of 23,315 projects, benefiting approximately 265,237 young people, and 143,53 of these male, and 265,237 female. Cumulatively, Uganda shilling 40 billion 520 million has been recovered. Women Entrepreneurship Program, that is the other one, B, WEP, started in financial year 2024-2025 within a total disbursement of 134 billion 215 million to 20,556 projects that have benefited over 225,641 women, cumulative recovered of 35 billion 667 million. Youth Venture Capital Fund started in financial year 2011 and 2012 with a capital investment of 25 billion. Government of Uganda contributed 12 billion and 12 billion from the initial 3 commercial bank. Total.
Please continue, Honorable Minister. Please, colleagues.
Youth Venture Capital Fund.
Minister is about to finish reading this.
Youth Venture Capital Fund started in financial year.
Maiden statement.
Youth Venture Capital Fund started in financial year 2011-2012 with a capital investment of 25 billion. Government of Uganda contributed 12.5 billion and 12.5 billion from initial 3 commercial bank. Total cumulative disbursement by May 2024 was 195 billion 746 million 335,421 to 56,252 beneficiaries, of whom 36.6 are female youth. Number 3, implemented the National Apprenticeship Scheme, where 90 youth apprenticeships have been skilled under the pilot scheme and graduated in tourism, hospitality, 200 more are due for graduation in November 2024. 750 youth have been recruited to undergo training. Trained 3,982 youth from different districts of the country in digital literacy under digitalization of Juakali Enterprises for Job and Productive Growth DIG track project in collaboration with Huawei Telecom Company.
Procedure, Honorable Seungu.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with a lot of respect for the Minister Youth, I love what he's reading. But Mr. Speaker, normally when we are getting a statement for such a function, it should not involve all these details because he has a committee where he addresses these matters. And here we are going to debate a statement where he's quoting a number of figures with an attachment of facts related to the figures he's giving. Wouldn't it be procedure okay, Mr. Speaker, that we allow the new minister, he tables whatever he's stating, but again, the statement we get from him comes out in relationship to the function of the day for the youth, other than detailing figures that we cannot internalize and comprehend now. Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
No, please.
You are allowed, Mr.
No, we don't work that way. I don't allow through silence. Please. I mentioned your name. And I didn't even make any sign to you too. But what did you want to add on?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now I've made the sign.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the minister, what I wanted to add, this proper information for this house. If he's highlighting the successes and the achievements of those programs, he should come formally to this house, present them, then we debate them. Let us now concentrate on the organization of the day. And because it is an international day, it comes from International Day, they never focused on these programs as he's bringing them out. So let us focus on the themes, the international themes. Let us focus on the national themes, and we see how our young people can benefit into that. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable colleagues, you see, Rule 52 does not give a structure of a statement the minister should make. This is a statement which the minister feels he should bring here. I remember last time, Honorable colleagues, I can't remember exactly which day we are going to celebrate, but they had in how tents will be arranged, who will do the parade. The parade, we shall have this group on a parade. After this group, this one will put on this color, this one will hoist the flag. And we said, no, this can't be a statement. Maybe it's a running curve. Honorable ministers, take note. Next statement, you should focus on the theme. Okay? Yeah. But so far, so good. You're doing very well, Honorable Minister. We are complaining that you've given us so much information.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank Honorable Seung for raising what he has raised, but it is on that ground that I want to give you a background. When we go for celebration, we should not celebrate food and the soda. We need to celebrate achievements made from the previous celebration to date. That is the reason why I'm reading for you what I'm reading. And I would also expect you to confirm whether what I've said is true, whether it is happening. Thank you very much. Then the Youth Venture Capital Fund started in financial year 2011-2012 with a capital investment of 25 billion.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, maybe the new minister needed to have been told how things are done here. You have guided that the minister may be in the future. The points he's raising in the statement are actually matters of policy that come here through policy statements. We actually finished them. And he doesn't have to repeat them because we have them in our books. So the point of order, Mr. Speaker, is whether the minister is in order to defy your guidance, since you have guided him to concentrate on theme and not matters of policy that come here through policy statements, and this parliament has engaged with those issues, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I think the minister has just joined the parliament. He doesn't know that these things came here. So he might be thinking he's giving you new information, and he might explain it differently. So let's give him a chance. But I think they've taken note next time. But Honourable Minister, conclude.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I've taken note of your guidance. I'm almost concluding. Implemented the national, trained 3,982 youth from different districts of the country in digital literacy skills under the Digitalization Juakali Enterprises for job productivity. Provided business toolkits and equipment since 2017 to 17,015 groups of young people to support their enterprises, out of which 7,167 are male, 9,174 are female, under the supporting the Juakali enterprises for transition to formal economy program. Commenced the implementation of the United Nations Joint Adolescent Youth Program, funded to a tune of $22 million by 13 UN agencies in collaboration with the ministries responsible for gender, labor, and social development, health, education, and sports, overall coordination by the UN. Agencies finalized comprehensive consultation on the life skills and health education for out-of-school adolescents and youth, and also initiated the development of national strategy for skills development and for out-of-school vulnerable youth. Developed and designed a national action plan on youth and peace and security. Contributed to the review of national employment policy, development of national employment strategy to corporate strategies and intervention of youth employment. Also participated in the development of National Development Plan, NDP4, to ensure inclusive development that leverage the demographic dividends from our country's youth population. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I wish to conclude by reminding you that Uganda will join the rest of the world commemorate the International Youth Day on Monday, 12th August at Sorot Koa PTC, Sorot District, under the theme Skills Development for Enhancement of Opportunities for the Youth. Further, that His Excellency the President.
Honourable Minister, is a procedure matter. On how you're concluding.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to, this was not intended to interrupt the Minister, because, Mr. Speaker, the Minister has been so generous to give us a lot of information about so many things. But as a way of procedure, Mr. Speaker, I recall that on his maiden speech in this House, the Minister undertook before this House to make sure that the youth who had been arrested and held for a long time would be released. He even went ahead to demand that a list be given to him. Mr. Speaker, now that the Minister has volunteered a lot of information, wouldn't it even have been procedural okay for him to tell us before he concludes?
Thank you.
Where he has reached so far, because he undertook before this House that you will see that as we commemorate the International Youth Day, how far has he gone on the issue of the release of the youth that he undertook to secure?
Thank you. Now, colleagues, sometimes you make it really difficult for your presiding officer. Yeah, because this is a very good submission which could have come during a debate. I'm going to allow a debate. I'm going to allow a limited debate as provided for under Rule 52. That's number one. But number two, he has not yet concluded. So I don't know what he has in his conclusion. Maybe Honorable Numbers is cheating for your exams. In the conclusion, this is a critical issue you can update us on. As you conclude.
Further to that, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, is expected to preside over the celebration. Invite all of you colleagues and members of parliament to attend the International Youth Day celebration in Soroti. I thank you for your kind attention for God and my country. I remain Barugahara Balamatenyi, the Minister of Majority.
No.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, Parliament is a house of record. We don't have a Minister of Majority. Please clarify if you have.
I remain Barugahara Balamatenyi, the Minister of Youth for Children and Youth Affairs.
The Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs.
Thank you very much for the correction, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Debate, Honorable Nansa Chola, Honorable Mushemeza, Honorable Namuga, Fort Poto. Yes, former chair agenda, Honorable Nakato, I come, I pick. Honorable Frank Akawi, I come. Masaba, I will pick your name.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister so much for being well elaborate. And I want to thank also the country that we are going to commemorate the Youth Day, the International Youth Day on the 12th in Soroti. I want to thank sincerely the President of the Republic of Uganda for initiating the skilling of the youth in all the sub-region of this country. But also, in light of that, I want to implore through the Minister that it shouldn't only be the skilling that is being done. They should enhance with a few things that after the training of the 6 months when the youth are going home, people who have done tailoring should be given the sewing machines, because we've realized that most of these youth, after finishing, they go home empty-handed. I know the Minister for Gender might tell us that there are sewing machines in their ministry, but the procedure of getting those things are not very easy. And it is not enough for all those that have already acquired the skilling at the industrial hub. So, Honorable Minister, please take note of that. Then finally, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we've seen youth livelihood programs in this country. But in some districts, including where I come from, Lamuo, the money that has been always taken to the youth, it is always being eaten by the technical staff at the district. And most of these technical officers who are the youth focal persons, they don't even want to let the youth know how much the district has received as youth livelihood programs. And I want to implore our youth, the Minister for Youth, that they need to start fast tracking how much the youth are always getting, because several times, some of these monies that goes to the district, people embezzle them.
Porpoto.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the Minister of Youth for the statement he has given us. Mr. Speaker, sir, this brings me to what we were discussing yesterday about multi-sectoral planning. When you look in our districts, every year they train 200 youth. And yet in the Ministry of Gender, we have a program of Juakali. We have a program of Youth Livelihood Fund. We have a program of Youth Venture Capital Fund. I would like to know, Right Honorable Speaker, from you, how has, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, because I'm addressing you, I'm not addressing the Minister. Through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to know how has the minister collaborated with other departments to ensure that the youth that are being skilled are able to acquire tools? Because right now they've gone back to the villages, they are there and they are forgetting the skills that they have got. As we are celebrating or we are commemorating World Youth Day, we want to see our youth getting employment, and this is through skilling and giving them tools. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs for the statement he has given. Right Honorable Speaker, the youth that we are talking about are not only the able-bodied youth. We have youth with disabilities. And statistics has already shown that only 2% of these youth are accessing the skilling that we have in the country, including that of the presidential initiative. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to implore the ministry, which is headed by the Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs, to take inventory and understand that these youths are not only the youth that come on their own, but they are youth with disability. Right Honorable Speaker, the rehabilitation centers for the people with disabilities, the young people with disabilities, are in very deplorable state. Go to Ruti, and you find that the young people there, they have no tools for learning, they have no tools after learning, they have no mosquito nets. Even when the Ministry of Health gives free mosquito nets, they cannot even think about these institutions and give them free mosquito nets. The young people have very dilapidated infrastructure. These young people who are disabled walk at night almost half a kilometer to access a toilet, even when it has rained. We have been there, Right Honorable Speaker, and I would like to implore the minister to visit so that we don't create a double jeopardy to these people who we pretend to be saving their future. Right Honorable Speaker, the young people with disabilities and their rehabilitation centers have no food and non-food items. The budget was cut, so we don't know whether we still are standing to the fact that we are rehabilitating them or we just get them back to their homes. They have very poor accommodation. They cannot access the skilling we are talking about. They cannot afford, because to be disabled means that you pay extra for either an accompanying person or something, some devices that need to access you to the training and the skilling they are giving.
Buyende.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the statement made. And I wanted to make one comment that as Busoga region, we have Nakavango Skilling Project. And I would like to thank the government for that initiative. But it was requested to send 16 youth in Busoga region. And as Buyende, we had 680 youth who dropped out of school. I'm privileged that the minister visited one time the district and he saw how much overwhelming the youth demands were. Through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm requesting Honorable Minister for the Youth to make a revisit and revise. Every district is dynamic. As Buyende, most of the youth were engaged in fishing. As I talk now, this morning, majority of youth have been on a strike at Bukong landing site. And yet yesterday we were there, the RDC discussed the issues of fishing and we failed to control them. And yet in real essence, their argument is right. Majority have been engaged in fishing, especially these smaller fish. And majority are incapacitated financially. They cannot afford the legal.
Thank you. Youth Northern Uganda, Namuga Franka Kabuye.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, if I were an angel of God, I would include you in the book of life, and I'll explain to you why. Right Honorable Speaker, I've been observing how you've demanded for particularly this statement, and also your continuous involvement in youth-related events, including the Youth Parliament and the Children's Parliament. And this is a testament, Right Honorable Speaker, that you have not forgotten your OBs and OGs, who are the youth. Secondly, I want to thank the Honorable Minister. For 3 years, we have not had the International Youth Day celebrated on its internationally gazetted day. But for the first time in 3 years, we finally had that. I want to thank the Minister for prioritizing the youth in the government calendar. Thirdly, following this statement, I have 2 concerns. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a number of events celebrated by government. And these events are usually one-day events with a very minimal impact. Right Honorable Speaker, how can we ensure that these events have a lasting and significant impact on our people and not just celebrations? The Honorable Minister just said so does. Secondly, a majority of leaders in this House, Right Honorable Speaker, are products of youth leadership. A majority of these members are former National Youth Council leaders, youth leaders within political parties, or even youth leaders in ONSA. There is a challenge. We have an elaborate structures of youth throughout the country, but these structures are mostly non-functional and weak. How can we as this House ensure that these structures are functional and meaningfully impact on the lives of the many youth that we represent? Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, given that this country is largely youth-centric, and the Minister has also provided a lot of facts on programs of youth, I want to move that we gazette a specific session of this House this month, which is a youth month. And we have a very structured debate on the status of the youth and also youth programs in this country, so that we make appropriate recommendations for action. Thank you.
Thank you. I think whenever we shall meet, let's arrange we meet under our usual platform. We share on how this can be structured, and then we'll see how best we can implement it. But that's a good idea. Honorable Namuga, I want first, if you know you're above 30, first sit. Let me first. Honorable Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, she's, just look at her, she's below 30. Honorable Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Honorable Minister for his submission, and also to appreciate the contribution of government towards skilling the youth in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a comment about the Youth Livelihood Program that has now lasted for some 10 years and above. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a revolving fund. However, some amount close to 43 billion has not been revolved. So the Ministry of Gender must ensure that this money is revolved. This is according to the Auditor General's report, that the money was recovered, but it wasn't revolved. That should be noted too. Right Honorable Speaker, we should listen to the plight of the youth that had it strike on issues of corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, many of these youth are in prison on charges of becoming a public nuisance. How I wish on this Youth Day celebrations, Honorable Minister, you listen to the plight of the youth to be released unconditionally. And also we have many youth in prisons for political reasons. 4 years, 5 years, they've not appeared before courts of law. So if we are to look at a government that cares for the youth, really look into ensuring that these youth get justice. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, We all know that we've just concluded the census, the population census, and it's clear that Uganda is among the countries with a very youthful population, but very unemployed. The youth have been made unproductive. So, Honorable Minister, can we think about the youth that are very skilled but very redundant in homes of their parents? Kindly think about them so that this country can serve us as a whole nation unselectively. Last, Right Honorable Speaker, Sembabule as a district has been left out on issues of skilling centers, and we are among the most populated districts. So think about Sembabule as a district. We only have one vocational school. It is Rutunku Vocational School that is in Maogola North, far away from the most populated constituents of Maogola County. So, Honorable Minister for the Youth, think about, and even Maogola West of the Honorable Nifa, but Maogola County of Honorable Namuga is more vulnerable. So, think about, Honorable Minister, of how you can cater for Sembabule in a unique way. It's not being selfish, but Sembabule is very vulnerable in many areas. Thank you, Right Honorable Minister. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Franka Kabuye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Minister who has read to us the statement, we do appreciate, but I also wanted to make a comment about the list of the success or the achievement that has been listed in the statement. The Minister speaks about the YLP program, which he quotes as one of the successful programs Ministry of Gender has implemented. But on the Gender Committee where we sit, this program was cut short of funding because it was non-performing. The funds that were given out to go and help the youth were all embezzled, and some of the ghost groups that were created failed to pay back the fund. That's why on the recovery, you'll find that YLP is performing very poorly and UWEP was performing way better. So I think for a program that has been listed by government and cut short of funding because of non-performing, we can't list it under the successful programs that we've given out to the youth. Also, back to the theme, Right Honorable Speaker, we are speaking about giving skills to the young people. Yes, that brings back to the mind of government that we identify and recognize many young people are shortcut of the opportunities because they lack the skills. How I wish the minister could prioritize the theme by putting it in action, not just speaking. It is a shame that today we are celebrating and giving such a theme, but recently many medical interns are in cells. Many have been arrested because they are fighting for opportunities for the skills they learned in the different institutions of higher learning. It is a shame that we, the leaders, who should give these young people an opportunity to listen to them when they come out to speak about corruption. It is not about only corruption in parliament. They speak about corruption everywhere. Many funds have been listed that they have been given to us, the young people. But when you go to our districts, none of us can identify a project that is running well from the 284 billion that is claimed to have been dispersed in the Youth Livelihood Program. So I think we should give them a voice, listen to them, and also welcome their ideas. Sometimes they're advising us not to fall into the deeper pit, but by blocking them, we are giving them maybe an alternative to.
Thank you. Honorable Masaba. Just wait. Is the Shadow Minister for Youth? Please, Shadow Minister, conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that chance. By us failing to recognize their voices and giving them a chance to be heard, we might giving them an alternative to maybe confront us in the other way around. Also, finally, Right Honorable Speaker, when we look at you, some of us admire the kind of leadership you offer to this house and the country. How I wish, for the many years I've joined Parliament, we've celebrated this day. And we've always had that one chief guest who is no longer relevant to the circumstances that we are passing through as a country. How I wish on this day we get young, able leaders like you. I'm also here. We have the able president of the National Unity Platform. He's an inspiration to this generation. How I wish we give such kind to go and speak to these people. Right, Honorable Speaker, the day of the youth celebration is losing meaning because it is predominantly or it is dominated by one political party. All other parties, all other youths need a voice. They need to be celebrated. Their ideas need to be heard. But when you look at the settings and the organizations, it looks like the Youth NRM Day. How I wish we give that platform that can accommodate everyone, regardless of their color, regardless of their political backgrounds, but give them a chance and also new faces to speak to them, inspire them, motivate them to be better leaders of this, our country. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Frank, our senior leader is very relevant. We are learning a lot from him. Yes, we are learning a lot from him. Honorable Masaba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for that statement, and I want to thank government for the initiative that they are doing to attract more foreign direct investment into the country, because this is employing most of our youth. But I believe we need to go beyond just providing employment. I think we need to look at the quality of employment that this foreign direct investment is bringing into the country. I do represent a constituency that has one of the biggest industrial parks, I think, outside Kampala, that is Mbale City. But when you reach in this industrial park and you look at the conditions that our youths are going through, it's quite alarming. It's as if it's another form of slave trade, because many of our youths are being exploited. You find they're being paid about 5,000, 6,000 a day. They're working 12 hours. They are not provided with any PPEs, any health and safety. And yes, it's the bitter reality that is happening. And I've tried to look at the national employment policy, and not many of these things are catered for. So I believe we need to cater for our youths. We need to protect them, because once someone is earning less than 200,000 a day, what do you expect that person to retire to after maybe 10, 15 years? These industrial parks, these factories, they are not saving for our children. None of them actually have not seen any registered with NSSF and saving. They are being given handouts, cash on a daily basis. So I think on this Youth Day, it is one of the key things that we need to look at.
Honorable Pachuto.
Thank you very much, my brother, Honorable Karim. It is with a heavy heart that I put you on a point of order. But why I'm putting you on a point of order is referring to the youth working in industrial park in your constituency and equating them to slaves. I think that is too much. I think that is too much, Honorable Speaker, for that to go on record. Because yes, all of us have visited that industrial park. They may be earning little, but a slave does not earn anything. A slave does not choose to do the work he or she is undertaking. That's why, my honorable colleague and good friend, I think that is too much for a leader to refer to somebody who has gone to willingly opted willingly to work and is earning it may be less, and equate that person to a slave. That is my. Are you therefore in order, my honorable colleague, to refer to these young Ugandans who are willingly working, offering their labor and earning something, though little, as slaves in this era?
Thank you. Yes, I think from what I got from Honorable Masaba, he was laboring to explain the conditions that these people they are working in and all that, but he could have put it better without, Honorable colleague, there's what we call a glass half empty and a glass half full. If you say half empty, you don't appreciate any effort that has managed to put in something to drink. But when you say half full, even if it's very little, you appreciate the little effort. It's better than those who have not gotten anything. I know many youths would want to go and work under those conditions in Mbari if you gave them. So, but again, he is raising a grave concern he has as a leader from the area. So you can clarify it better. You package it better.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. When I was stating, I was trying to explain the conditions, and I said it is as if I did not say that they are under slave trade. I don't know if you got me right, but I said it is as if because many of them are working because they have no option and they have nothing else to do. So that is what I was trying to explain. And as a leader from the area, I approached some of the owners of these parks and requested for jobs for some of these young people. But when they got there, the challenges that they do face, I no longer now support or take or help recruit people to go into these works, because some of the children got accidents at work. And these parks, they do not provide anything to do with medical. One got the arm messed up by one of the machines, and we had to go through a lot to treat this individual. That is the issue I was trying to raise. I did not mean they're under slavery, but the conditions, I think we need to address this issue once and for all, and the ministry needs to come out with clear guidelines. They need to save for these children. And I think one of the key things we should focus on as the 11th Parliament is the law on minimum wage. I don't know how soon that can come back on this floor of Parliament, because honestly speaking, many of our people are being exploited, and we're having a lot of capital flight. There is a lot of money that is leaving this country and at the expense of our youth, Right Honorable Speaker. So I think government needs to take an interest in that, and probably when you're addressing, as a minister, you should address this issue concerning the pay of our people who are working in most of these factories around.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I'm constrained by time. Oh, let me allow youth Western. I'm sorry, I'm constrained by time. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I personally want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your continued.
I have seen mothers, you're not agreeing with how the children are submitting. The children are more aggressive. So it's their day to day. Youth. If there is any other youth MP present, youth MP.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to personally express my sincere gratitude to you as the leader of this Parliament for your continued support and mentorship that you are offering the young people of this country, especially through us, the leaders. We thank you, and as a leadership, we are indebted to you. Thank you very much. Two, I wish to commend the government of Uganda for this time allocating resources that the International Youth Day is celebrated on its day, departing from the previous years when we would celebrate it weeks and months after. I thank the government. Thank you very much. I also want to commend the minister. He highlighted one important thing. That is, they launched the National Coordination Mechanism for Youth Interventions. Right Honorable Speaker, as the minister highlighted, it is true indeed. There are so many interventions of government scattered across various MDAs, various ministries of government, and yet no single fruit of synergy can be seen from these interventions. How I wish, Honorable Minister, that you would elevate this national coordination mechanism from just being a coordination mechanism for programs under one ministry and coordinate all programs across all ministries. And secondly, Minister, Honorable Minister, I request that information pertaining all government interventions for the youth be well packaged, put in one package, and made available for the youth on platforms that are easily accessible to them. Other than that, when we come and read figures here and read other interventions that government has put in place, this remains rhetoric to most of the young people in this country. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to request that before we celebrate the International Youth Day, which is Monday next week, that some of the underlying questions, like the questions on medical interns, be resolved such that on that day, we are celebrating all at once, not with some of us in jail, not with some of us held behind bars, because of trying to raise their voices. Right Honorable Speaker, as a young person, I was a bit perturbed when I saw members with some resistance trying to say, Honorable Minister, don't provide that much information. One of the purposes of us celebrating this day is to provide a platform that as much information is available to the public on what government is doing, on what the youth are doing to contribute. So when we come to this plenary and members are held aback and trying to limit on what information should be provided, as young people, we feel a little bit excluded. I want to request members to receive always this information, take it up and follow up and mobilize young people to take interest in what government is doing to contribute and change their lives. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister. And also the issue of Honorable Namboze, which you raised earlier on, an update.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues for the question raised. I want to start with Honorable Nambozo's request or reminder that I came to the floor of the House. Honorable Betty Nambozo.
No.
Honorable Betty Namboze.
Yes, right.
Okay, Bachireke. Thank you. Thank you for the correction.
For record, Mr. Speaker, procedure for record.
Now, Honorable Betty.
Honorable Mrs. Betty Namboze Bachireke.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in this house, we have 3 members who are almost go by the same names. And for the sake of clarity, Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that I'm called Bachireke Namboze Betty. Mr. Speaker, if the Honorable Minister continues to call me Nambozo, he will remove me from Uganda to Bugisu. There is the Honorable Nambozo in this house. I'm not the one. I'm Bachireke Namboze Betty.
Thank you. Now, I'm sure even going to Bugisu has no problem for you, because at least you don't go under Imbaru. Some of us would be scared. No, please, honorable colleagues. Oh, yes, sorry, Lop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Minister Youth, there is a clarification I would want you to make, bearing in mind that the National Planning Authority commissioned a demographics report, and it puts the youth age at a dependence ratio highest ever, even with the skilling, even with the achievements that you have just taken us through, even with the digitalization. It is beyond even 100, it is 103%. See how abnormal it is. And we're trying to look at how to harness the demographic dividend of the youth. And this is between 2022, 2024. And I expected you to let us know how the programs have not helped to lower the mass unemployment of the youth. They are at a staggering 78%. Of course, Uganda has the youngest population. But the challenge we grapple with, and you grapple with as a government, is that of mass unemployment. And it has seen many of these youth, particularly those that are churned out by our universities and other tertiary institutions that are skilled, leaving this country through trafficking, through unlicensed companies, to work in the Middle East and other places where they have even been subjected to modern-day slavery. In fact, my colleague, the Honorable Masawa, was accurate to have talked of slavery. The modern-day slavery is this one where your labor is exploited. Most of the investors, by the way, one of the factors, Mr. Speaker,
why some investors would love to come to Uganda is because Uganda has the cheapest labor to offer. Uganda has the best young population whose labor is exploitable, Mr. Speaker. And that's not something to aggrandize yourself about. It is something to frown about. But from the submission, I see your statement is awash with the achievements, which achievements are theoretical on ground. Yeah, the truth of the matter is that even this youth, the Chuakali, who are skilled, majority of them, I think I concur with the member, female member, that the distinguished member of Lamu, that most of the youth are back home, almost 3/4 of those that are being skilled. So don't you think it is high time you revised this policy of skilling Uganda? But Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Recently, I went through the public debt. Are you aware that if you add, it is at 84 trillion, but if you add the commitment fees and the interest, it is at 97 trillion. And I calculated, I realized the burden will shift from us to the younger people. They will be the ones who will pay that debt. So I was pondering over it and said, if you were to design a very good theme for Monday, next Monday, 12th, it should have been, blessed are the youth of Uganda because they will inherit the public debt. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable Minister. You don't need to answer every question, Honourable Minister. You have 5 minutes.
I'll merge some. Honourable Bachireke Betty Namboze raised the issue of the National Unity Platform young people. I want to inform you that we shall issue a statement on Monday in Soroti. I had a discussion with the president just yesterday. I reminded him of his kindness. He had allowed to stand surety. He had allowed to stand surety for those young people. Most of those young people were given bail, but they were denied bail due to the conditions that were put in place. Just hold on. So the president has once again pledged that he's going to act on that. Let it be on record of parliament. Those young people will get freedom soon. Number 2, Honorable Patrick Oshabe. Honorable Patrick Oshabe.
Colleagues, there is a statement that has a theme. There is a day which has a theme. We are the ones who diverted the minister from the theme. So let's go back.
Honorable Linda Irene requested that we needed to equip the skilled youth. That is part of our agenda. We have discussed this in cabinet, and soon a paper will come to the floor of parliament regarding you have skilled but you have not equipped. What happens? You go back to the village or you go back to your residence. So we shall equip and skill. Then Honorable Kabahande from Chegegwa. Kabahenda from Chegegwa, Flavia. He raised the issue of equity, that the disabled are not considered as in reference to training. Few are attaining training. I want to inform you, Honorable Kabahenda, that we have the Minister of the Disabled, and we are working closely to close the gaps. Whatever gaps are there, we shall close them. Then you raised the issue of low budget for these disabled children, rehabilitation centers. That is not the only affected area in our ministry. In the last budget, we requested more funds to feed even the juvenile. We have close to 1,800 young people, juveniles, who are currently in detention or who are currently in remand homes. but they eat very small portion of food. Only the budget of 640 million was passed by this house, feed those children and to maintain those homes. Some of these homes even don't have cars to deliver the children to court to get fair justice. So this is something as a Minister of Children, we need to work on, and Parliament, we need to have this matter addressed as soon as possible so that these children home get cars. I'm inspecting the homes. I was in Mbale 2 days ago. I was at Fort Portal the other day. I went to Masindi on Friday. I intend to go to Gulu next week and Arua a week after. So, and then Kampiringsa. So let's work together, Parliament and the Cabinet, to have this budget for the juvenile centers and the rehabilitation centers increased. So that now I'll give you an example for Portal Remand Home. There is a block which still has asbestos, and these are condemned materials. So why don't we remove those asbestos and we put iron sheets? So we need to work jointly as Parliament and Cabinet to have this addressed. The Honorable Nyakato of Buyende raised the issue of having only Nakabango, where 16 youths were selected from every district. So far, government has started with 18 skilling centers countrywide in every sub-region. But out of those 18, they allocate every district. Like in Central here in Uganda, you have one in Kayunga, but the capacity to hold so many is not there. And the budget, that was a presidential initiative. The budget hasn't been expanded for the same. Then Honorable Okot Boniface, Honorable Okot Boniface thanked the president and government for celebrating the International Youth Day on the right day. I want to thank the president as well for allowing this happen. Honorable Namuga raised the issue of money, 43 billion, that is meant to be revolved as per Auditor General's report, and it has not been revolved. This will be investigated and we shall report back to Parliament.
Sorry, point of privilege?
Mr. Speaker, while coming here, I was privileged to meet street children and children who are...
Please, honorable colleagues, I guided you, okay? Point of privilege is for, your privilege is here. What you're entitled to as a member. Whom you meet on the streets and all that, please. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, I was trying to bring the point.
Please. Honorable colleagues, please.
Honorable Masaba raised a very important concern regarding the working conditions of our young people. Honorable Masaba, I need to inform you, I would like to inform you that 2 months ago we formed an inter-ministerial committee comprising of Minister of Investment, Minister of Trade, and Minister of Labor, Minister of State for Labor. So we are working closely together, inspecting all these centers to see the gaps, missing gaps are filled. So this is very, very important that the young people's safety is prioritized and that will be handled. I think those are the many I identified. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I think, Honorable Minister, you made a statement which, as a speaker, using my authority under Rule 229, I feel should be expunged from the record, because you said the president is going to stand surety. The president cannot stand surety for any people, for any person, because if he stands surety, any person who stands surety and is not able to produce the accused, that person will go to prison. And the president cannot be taken to prison. He has immunity. Okay? So for the record, that should be expunged so that we keep our president safe from people running to him to be their surety. Okay? Yeah. Maybe honorable, there is a way the president put it.
I think you're right, Honorable Speaker. I totally agree that phrase should be expunged. Nonetheless, I'd like to thank the members for this very lively debate. and to stress that His Excellency the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is one of the strongest allies of the youth we have in East Africa. He indeed fondly refers to the youth as Vazukuru, and in any address, he emphasizes the opportunities created under NRM for the youth in terms of education, in terms of health and immunization, in terms of the skilling hubs, in terms of industrialization, providing for the security, and so on, even including providing opportunities for leadership for the youth at all levels of governance in this country. So for me, I think this Youth Day is an opportunity to give credit to His Excellency the President for a good job done in this country in providing opportunities for the youth. I'd like to urge the youth leaders at all levels, especially in local government. Let's take this day seriously, mobilize the youth so that they take opportunities in government programs to strengthen the future of the youth. I thank you, and thanks to our Honorable Minister for a good job done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Guzuri. We allow your...
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Youth outlined the NRM government's agenda for inclusivity, and he mentioned that they have programs for PWDs. I'm privy to information that there are street children who have not been catered for in this event he's leading. I also have information that there are youth who are orphans, they do not have parents, and they have not been catered for in on the programming for this event. So we want the minister to tell us so that the children who are orphans and street kids across the country can go after his statement that indeed this government cares for them. Most importantly, he should assure the children with the visual and the hearing impairments who do not have gadgets and how they are going to celebrate this day without those necessary tools which are needed. And he needs to tell us what arrangements they have put in place for children of that nature. We are going to mobilize as urged by the Minister for Local Government.
Honourable Minister.
Of their...
Please. Honourable Minister, I think that's for noting. You've heard the concern of the honourable member. Next item.
Item 4, statement by the leader of the opposition in response to the President's address on the State of the Nation address pursuant to Rule 53 of the Rules of Procedure. Debate ensues.
Now, honourable colleagues, you remember very well, we agreed on Statement 4 and Statement 5 will be debated jointly. Now, the leader of opposition raised very critical issues, some of which really concerned, were of great concern. I called the Minister of Finance. I said, I think before we start the debate, would need clarification on these points because they were really very, 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 very strong. So, Honourable Minister for Finance, I request you give that statement which I requested you to make, and then we go on with the debate. Honourable colleagues, we on this item, we've just started it. So we can't have just started an item and then we go on procedure, you know. The other one is gone. We are on a new item now. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I make responses to the statement by the leader of opposition, let me...
Yes, Rob.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for asking the minister to respond to the salient issues raised by my statement. But under normal procedure, Mr. Speaker, his response should have been circulated to us. And it is appalling that up to now we are not in receipt
of the statement, of the response, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, is your statement uploaded? Clerk, I want to confirm if it's uploaded. You run it on the screen. Can it be uploaded quickly? Let's save time, honorable colleagues. Let's save time, okay? Now let him be reading and as I upload it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all take this opportunity to appreciate the leader of opposition for making a good analysis, particularly pointing out the matters which affect the economy and are normally of public concern. Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond to the issues raised by the leader of opposition relating to Ministry of Finance one by one as follows. Issue 1 was on overtaxation. I don't want to repeat what the leader of opposition said, but I want to present the response. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Seung, I have allowed the member, okay? I've allowed the minister, and I have directed the clerk to be uploading. So it will take a short time to be uploaded. Please. If you have 2 copies, share a copy with the rope, Honorable Minister.
Okay.
But if you have one, I have confirmed they've taken it for loading, for uploading. Let's do it quickly. Let's save
Mr.
time, Honorable
Speaker,
Minister.
my staff can share a copy with the rope.
Honorable Minister,
Mr.
your staff are strangers here. They cannot access Parliament.
The
Please.
leader of opposition,
Okay.
the leader. Mr. Speaker, it's now on. But it does no harm if a rope gets a hard copy. Mr. Speaker, our response on overtaxation is as follows. During the discussions of the budget for financial year 2024-25 with the Parliamentary Committee on Finance Planning and Economic Development, the Ministry committed to present the National Draft Tax Policy by December 2024. The Ministry is still committed to this timeline and is in advanced stages of finalizing the policy in consultation with relevant stakeholders. The domestic revenue mobilization strategy has been under implementation since financial year 2019-20. However, immediately after its launch in 2019, Uganda suffered a COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. The restrictions adopted by Uganda and globally adversely affected its full implementation. That notwithstanding, all the measures proposed over the period under reference have been in accordance with the domestic revenue mobilization strategy, and a number of interventions are being implemented both at tax policy level and at tax administration level. Over the last 4 financial years, there have been no significant changes in the tax regime to enable a stable regime that supports investment and growth in the economy. The few adjustments that have been implemented have been in line with the domestic revenue mobilization strategy after studying the implications on welfare. The ROP raised an issue on increasing poverty in the country. Mr. Speaker, our response is that poverty reduction is one of the key development objectives of government. This is reflected in all national development plans since 2010, as well as the preceding Poverty Eradication Action Plan 1997 to 2008.
Procedure, Honorable.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. The procedure I am bringing across is that today is Thursday. And when we look at our time, it is now time for the prime ministers to answer questions. And in our rules of procedure, we have it. I don't know whether we are proceeding well, Mr. Chair.
Honorable, I can see you're very alert. Yeah, but unfortunately, I just received the communication. The Prime Minister is still held up. So we are not going to do Prime Minister's time today. So let's continue. The issues we have other days, we shall handle them on Tuesday. The members I had registered, I will start with them on Tuesday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on increasing poverty in the country,
Now, the government chief whip, the information I got from you that the Prime Minister is chairing a RAPEX meeting. So she has concluded. So, right, Honourable Prime Minister, since this is equally your very important statement is coming from your side, giving serious clarifications, let the Minister use like 10 minutes. Members will read through, and then we resume Prime Minister's time. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On the issue of increasing poverty in the country, Mr. Speaker, I wish to disagree with the statement of the leader of opposition that poverty is increasing in Uganda. The latest official figures from the Uganda Bureau of Statistics on poverty in Uganda show that the share of the population living below the national income poverty rate has been on the downward trend over the last 3 decades. And when we are discussing statistics on any matter in Uganda, we should take those of UBOS. The share of the population below the national income poverty line reduced further to 20.3% in financial year 2019-20 from 21.4% in financial year 2016-17 and 56% in 1992-93. The recent gains were achieved in spite of the negative economic effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Similarly, multidimensional poverty has dropped from 63.8% in the financial year 1992-93 to 42% in financial year 2019-20. It is therefore clear that poverty is reducing than increasing, majorly contributed by the government poverty initiatives. Poverty reduction in the country has also become more inclusive. Income inequality across households reduced from 0.419 to 0.413 over the same period, 2016-17 to 2019-20 financial year. Evidence presented in the latest poverty status report of 2021 confirms a strong positive relationship between poverty reduction and public investments under livelihood programs that include Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program WEP, Youth Livelihood Program YLP, and the National Agricultural Advisory Program NADS. Whereas the PDM is contributing to increasing household incomes and improving the living standards of all Ugandans, the 100 million seed capital provided under the financial inclusion pillar is targeting only the subsistence households in a parish and not the entire household population of that parish. There are only 3.5 million households still in subsistence out of the 10.9 million households in the country. The financial inclusion pillar under PDM was designed to achieve the following. 1, address the challenges of the access to affordable capital for targeted beneficiaries to be able to participate in meaningful production at their respective parishes. According to research, financial inclusion and education are the two biggest opportunity equalizers for poor households. 2, address previous challenges encountered in the past wealth creation programs, such as Entandikwa, youth livelihood programs, OWC, and NADS. 3, put the communities at the center of decision-making through self-governance and management of funds at their PDM circles. It is the people who borrow these funds to invest in their preferred enterprises with Chivaro, repay the funds so that others can then access, because the funds revolve at each of the parishes. Evidence so far indicates that parishes where all leaders listened to His Excellency the President's rallying call and mobilized the parishes to own and prudently manage the funds are doing better than the areas where leaders have propagated the narrative of Akasimo. Similarly, under Emyoga, the government is targeting micro and small entrepreneurs.
Honorable Minister, can we use parliamentary language in the statement?
Akasimo.
I had a Chivaro, now Akasimo. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Chivaro means calculation. You calculate the income you are going to receive out of the investment you have made using PDM funds. And the Kasimo means to appreciate, whereby you are appreciated for the previous contribution you have made. Mr. Speaker, similarly, under Emyoga, the government is targeting micro and small scale entrepreneurs who already have a business in the services sector of border, restaurant, welding, mechanics, etc. The entrepreneurs have been mobilized at the constituency level, and their small businesses supported to access affordable capital to expand their businesses. Like PDM, Emyoga members manage their funds and have a strong saving component, which has seen the beneficiaries save up to Uganda shillings 85.5 billion. The ministry is also focusing on scaling up these interventions concerning the certification of products, value chain development, and the provision of additional capital to Emyoga circles. Issue 3 was Youth Employment and Uncoordinated Labor Externalization Program. Mr. Speaker, our response is that the Poverty Status Report confirms that the negative effects of COVID-19 and a large share of households in subsistence and informal economy are among the main drivers of unemployment in the country. As a result, unemployment rate of the working age population increased from 10 to 12% between financial year 2016-17 and 2021, and that of the youth from 13 to 16% over the same period. To address this challenge, government is implementing a number of programs of wealth creation and job creation initiatives, including the PDM, the Presidential Initiative on Wealth and Job Creation, Emyoga, the Agricultural Credit Facility, capitalization of Uganda Development Bank, as well as the 2 new development finance flagship projects for micro, small, and medium enterprises. The investment of industrial transformation and employment, and the generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises grow. The above interventions target to benefit enterprises and households in both the formal and informal economies. During the last 3 financial years of 2021-22 to 2022-23 and 2023-24, more than 2 million households across the 10,585 parishes have already benefited from the capital injection of Uganda shillings 1 million under PDM. In fact, this figure is now upgraded. Each household, each parish has now received 200 million. From 2019 to date, over 314,548 employment opportunities have been created under Emyoga program. During the year 2023, a total of 51,841 jobs were created by enterprises funded by UDB. Of these, 64% were filled by youth, 27% by women, and 0.25% by persons with disabilities. Additionally, 33%, 39%, and 0.2% of youth, women, and PWDs respectively are among the shareholders of beneficiary enterprises. The Leader of Opposition raised an issue on interest rates, and our response is that the developments in the global economy, such as the increased commodity prices like fuel, impacted on the domestic inflation, necessitating the Bank of Uganda to raise its central bank rate to contain these inflationary pressures. Annual headline inflation has indeed declined from the peak of 10.7% in October 2022 to 4.0% in July 2024. This has also supported a reduction in interest rates, even though they remain high. Interest rates have declined from an average of 19.22% in January-June 2023 to an average of 17.83% for the period January-June 2024. In response to high interest rates, the government has taken deliberate action to provide affordable capital through the following: the parish development model, the Emyoga Agricultural Credit Facility, and capitalization of UDB. On exchange rates, Mr. Speaker, the response is that in financial year 2023-24, the Uganda shilling remained largely stable against the US dollar and other key global currencies. This was the case despite the strengthening of the US dollar. During the period, the annual average exchange rate was Uganda shillings 3,778.5 against $1, registering a slight depreciation of 0.7%, 0.7 compared to Uganda shillings 3,752.5 per US dollar registered in the previous financial year. This level of depreciation was the lowest in the East African region. That is, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Burundi registered depreciations of 14.8%, 16.4%, 8.5%, and 32.8% respectively. While the shilling experienced some depreciation pressures of 1.8% in February 2024 on account of the exit of some of the offshore investors searching for more attractive interest rates in competing markets, it was short-lived. This was on account of our good export performance, particularly coffee, increased foreign direct investment, inflows, and appropriate fiscal and monetary policies. Government will continue to ensure a stable exchange rate through its policies, including import substitution and export promotion. The Leader of Opposition raised an issue on the rising debt, and Mr. Speaker, our response is that in the recent period, the government has increased investment in the oil and gas sector and the related infrastructure like the airport, oil roads, energy sector like Karuma and the Simba hydropower dams. This has led to an increase in our debt stock and the debt servicing obligations. As at the end of June 2024, the stock of public debt amounted to Uganda shilling to US dollars 25.58 billion. As the leader of opposition, I had you previously mentioning a figure. I invite you to take note of this. At the end of June 2024, the stock of total public debt amounted to US dollars 25.58 billion, an equivalent of 94 trillion 816.9 billion, of which US dollars 14.62 billion, an equivalent of Uganda shillings 54 trillion 183.5 billion was external, and US dollars 10 trillion 10.96 billion, an equivalent of 40 trillion 633.8 billion was domestic. This translates into a nominal debt to GDP ratio of 46.91%. This level is well below the 52.4% stipulated in the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. You will recall that the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility, which is approved by Parliament, provides the government's fiscal policy objectives that will ensure sustainable delivery of socio-economic transformation. It stipulates acceptable fiscal limits that balance out risk while allowing for economic progress. We recognize that our debt servicing needs have significantly increased for the reasons already mentioned above, but we have taken appropriate measures to preserve debt sustainability. It is important to properly manage the borrowed resources to yield the intended benefits, and several measures have been taken to this end. The entire loan acquisition cycle has been reviewed to ensure that we only sign up for projects that are ready for implementation. In fact, a comprehensive public investments management strategy framework has been developed to deal with project implementation challenges and enhance efficiency of public investments. The government is very keen on debt sustainability and periodically conducts as debt sustainability analysis that is published every year. In the most recent debt sustainability analysis, public debt is projected to remain within the levels set out in the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility and assessed to be sustainable over the medium to long term. This is confirmed by IMF through their debt sustainability analysis for Uganda contained in June 2023 fourth review publications. I thought I was giving good information.
Mr. Speaker, there is some misleading. I'm sorry to interject, but for purpose, and this is the House of Records, the figures that is running are in billions instead of being in trillions. You better give correct information, please.
It's a procedure point.
No, Honorable Minister, you can help me on that.
Okay.
Because you're the one who wrote your figures.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My figures in dollars, my dollars are in billions. Now, in Uganda shillings, for instance, 94 trillion, right?
Okay, it is
816.5 billion.
It is now understandable.
Yes.
The document you have is at variance with the
It is the same.
Yeah,
It is the
it's
same.
not the same.
Yes, it's the same.
It's not. Please
Yes.
cross check it.
94 is in trillions.
Yeah.
And then
Here it
816
billion.
is
Here
in
it
billions.
trillion. Look there.
But Honorable Chief Whip,
No, but
Honorable Position Whip.
Misleading information
Yeah.
to the Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, is criminal. Is criminal.
No, Honorable Chief Whip, if the minister says okay, that it's 94,816.9 billion. Listen, if you put it in trillion, it becomes something. So it's like you go to these parties, mainly these parties. People don't say, I have contributed 1 billion. No, it says I've contributed 1,000 million. Hey, so 1,000 million make 1 billion. So maybe it is an issue of, maybe it should be an issue of how we usually report figures here. Okay, the consistency.
It's very simple. Just see, the Honourable Minister can just state that the 94, as we see, is in trillion, because this answer is recording video, written, and oral, what you are saying. So what is he put there is saying billion. Just look 94, but just say for clarity, it's a trillion. And we move.
Honorable Katabazi, is it also disturbing?
No, I think I'll have to agree with my fellow ex-seminarian on this one. Because
most of them are. I don't know who you
no,
are.
he's never. Oh, okay.
The
one on the other side.
Okay.
Because I think, and for records, I got a D1 in P7, PLE. Yes, a D1.
In what?
In mathematics.
Okay.
94,816 billion is the same as 94 trillion.
Okay.
So I think he's correct.
Whenever I can see in your primary school, you dealt with very difficult and complicated mathematics of trillions. Thank you. Let's.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I was on a paragraph that says the government is very keen on debt sustainability and periodically conducts as debt sustainability analysis that is published every year. In the most recent debt sustainability analysis report, public debt is projected to remain within the levels set out in the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility and assessed to be sustainable over the medium to long term. This is confirmed by the IMF through their debt sustainability analysis for Uganda contained in the June 4th review publication, where they also concur that although faced with moderate risk of debt distress, Uganda's debt is projected to remain sustainable over the medium and long term. Debt sustainability will be majorly supported by robust GDP growth and a general reduction in borrowing the realization of oil revenues in the medium to long term, coupled with enhanced domestic revenue mobilization efforts. I have attached the figure below that shows evolution of public debt in billions of US dollars and the trends in nominal debt to GDP over the recent past. I invite members to look at the graph. The source is from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The high interest rate payments to revenue is due to the following. One, changes in the global economic environment. For example, in the year 2022, government of Uganda was paying a benchmark rate of 0% on the euro-denominated commercial variable rate loans. However, because of the changing global conditions, the benchmark rate has now risen to 3.6%. This, even without the increase in borrowing, was bound to raise and has raised interest rate payments. Two, inadequate tax revenue collection, as seen in section 1 above, exposes Uganda to debt servicing vulnerabilities. Three, the government, through our export promotion and value addition drive, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, alongside the export of oil in the medium term, will increase our foreign currency reserves to mitigate against shocks such as the fluctuations in exchange rates. A depreciating domestic currency increases the value of foreign currency denominated debt exacerbating the external debt burden. On downgrade by Moody, the government is working with the African peer review mechanism of the African Union to agree on the mechanisms to improve the fundamentals that affect the country's credit rating. The ROP also raised an issue on corruption, and our response is that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is committed to combat corruption through the following strategies. Number one, strengthen anti-corruption safeguards in the budgeting process by implementing the following interventions. One, more interaction and discussion of the budget priorities between the executive and parliament. Two, the ministry shall ensure that the budget performance audits are regularly undertaken to strengthen oversight mechanism and to detect irregularities leading towards corruption. Any accounting officer found to have mismanaged funds should be sanctioned and not reappointed. Following a recommendation by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the appointing authority should subject the implicated accounting officer to disciplinary measures. Three, promote transparency and accountability in the budget allocation process. This is being achieved through strengthening the current online budgeting system through interface with other government systems such as e-procurement and program budgeting systems. Number four, the ministry is in the process of developing standardized costing and specifications for all government procurement of common goods and services. Two, we shall strengthen supervision of accounting officers. The following measures shall be implemented to implement corruption in the performance of the accounting officer's role. One, redefine the mandate of the accounting officer to include the responsibilities of dealing with issues of corruption in their respective ministries, departments, and agencies and local governments. Two, the recommendations of the Auditor General and Internal Auditor General should always be implemented by the accounting officers.
Procedure, Honorable Watkins.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm out of pain really putting a hold on my good friend, the Honorable Minister for Finance. This is a House of Record, Mr. Minister. You're saying implementing corruption. I don't think that's what you meant, because what we have on the screen is eliminate corruption. You're saying implement. We don't hold that here in the House, Mr. Minister. So for record purposes, I think that Hansard has to correct it, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, my statement reads as follows. The following measures shall be implemented to eliminate corruption in the performance of the accounting officer's role. Thank you very much. Number two, because I had presented number one. Number two, the recommendations of the Auditor General and Internal Auditor General should always be implemented by the accounting officers. Implementation of additional recommendations from the Budget Monitoring and Accountability Unit reports shall also be considered when deciding to appoint accounting officers. Three, the ministry shall provide accounting officers with corruption risk assessment frameworks and tools to enhance institutional response in the fight against corruption at vote level. Number three, entrench e-governance in government activities. Automation is one of the many ways through which corruption in government can be minimized because it limits direct access or human interface between public officers and citizens. hence eliminating the opportunity for an act of corruption. Digitalization will also help to address the shortage of medicines in hospitals, as there will be a link between delivery, storage, diagnosis, prescription, and dispensing. Automated systems have been developed in the accountability areas, such as payments, integrated financial management system, the human capital management system, the electronic government procurement, EGP, and program budgeting system. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. So, Honorable colleagues, this statement is in relation to the issues which I felt were very critical, and I requested the Minister to clarify so that they guide us in debate. Now, we shall continue with the debate on Tuesday. Let's go to the order paper. You have all the time. We have Prime Minister's time now. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I really want to appreciate you. I'm not doing it on purpose to distract the order paper. Mr. Minister, sir, through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the minister to the economy. The economy is one thing that cannot lie. The economy speaks for itself.
But Honorable, you're debating.
I'm not. It's a procedural issue. So that when he comes back, excuse me. Yeah, my procedural issue, Mr. Speaker, is when the minister comes on the floor and talks about the economy that is hitting the people that we represent real hard. I get hard because when I get to my community and there is that woman that cannot afford a meal a day, there is a business person that has just lost a hotel as a result of a bank loan. There is a parent whose daughter and son cannot go to school.
Honorable, help me. What is the procedure matter?
So the procedure issue, the procedure matter, Mr. Speaker, is are we really proceeding well as a house talking about the economy that is not even working for the members right here? Because if we went to the bank, the tellers are idle because the money is not there to be borrowed or even to be deposited, Mr. Speaker. That's my procedure issue.
Thank you. Yeah. You know, honorable colleagues, procedure should be with how the business is moving in the house. And through debate, that's when we settle such a question is honorable. There are those who are saying the economy is moving well, and it's doing well. Maybe if you didn't watch Honorable Kasaija showing you, then there are those who are saying it's not moving well. So that's a subject of debate, and I think we shall debate it. Honorable Taylor, you seem,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As a procedural issue, the leader of opposition made an assertion on the floor in the report that there are individual government officials who put project money on their personal bank accounts for gain. I expected procedurally the Minister of Finance to respond particularly to that issue. Wouldn't it be procedurally right if he responded to it before the debate?
Thank you. Honorable Minister, you can respond to that on Tuesday, okay? As we start debate on Tuesday. Next item.
Item 6.
Yeah.
Statement.
I hope you've taken note of that. Yeah, that's a quick question.
Item 6, statement by the Right Honorable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week, 13th to 15th August 2024 pursuant to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I move under Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure to submit the following government businesses for the succeeding week from 13th to 15th August 2024. The Minister of Energy and Mineral Development will present the following statements. 1, a comprehensive update on the progress of the electricity scale-up project funded by World Bank and other electrification projects financed by the Trade and Investment Bank, East Africa, TIBEA, and the China Exim Bank. She will give an update to the House on the status of the electricity connectivity in the country. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the statement will be provided by the Minister of Health on the outbreak of the monkeypox disease in the country. The statement by the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the outbreak of chicken diseases in Masaka district. A statement will be by the Minister of Works and Transport on the closure of the Karuma Bridge to heavy traffic. Lastly, the Minister of Internal Affairs will give a statement on the renewal of the national identity cards. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Next item.
Item 7, Prime Minister's time.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Petition.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I got a written question from Honorable Okuro Abuka, Member of Parliament Ramo, that the district councillors are hard pressed by non-payment of their ex gracias and allowances since 2021, 2022, despite their vigorous follow-ups within the districts, as well as a visit of their representatives to the Ministry of Local Government in Kampala. Her prayer is that can government open up the bottleneck post appropriation of funds so that the overpatient and hardworking councillors receive their funds. Honorable Speaker, my response is that ex gratia. This is an appreciation paid once a year to village and parish chairpersons. Each chairperson at village and parish level is paid 120,000 annually. It is paid in the last quarter of the financial year. Since Uganda shillings 120 is below the taxable bracket, it is not taxed. These funds are part of the city division municipal approved budget. Then number 2, honoraria. Honorable Speaker, in the financial year 2017-2018, government resolved to pay honoraria of Uganda shillings 35,000 per councillor at the sub-county level and town council level, division level in the whole country. This category of leaders had all along been left out, yet their counterparts at village and parish level had been receiving some pay. Question number 3.
allowances paid to district and municipal councillors. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, due to meager resources in local governments, government decided to pay district and municipal councillors that are not members of the district executive committee an amount to 250 per month, tax inclusive. Right, Honorable Speaker, the salaried leaders, government over 15 years ago resolved to pay salaries to executive members of the district committee, speaker of districts, chairpersons of sub-counties, town councils, and divisions as follows. The district chairperson is paid 2 million per month, tax inclusive. The district vice chairperson is paid 1 million per month, tax inclusive. The district speaker is also paid 600,000 per month, including tax. A member of the executive committee is paid Uganda shillings 500 per month, tax inclusive. Sub-county, town council, and division chairpersons are paid 300 per month, tax inclusive. Number 5, these are other emoluments. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, there are other leaders at the district, city, municipal level who are not paid salaries. These leaders are paid allowances as follows. The district deputy speaker is paid 400,000 per month, tax inclusive. The municipal speaker is paid 400,000, and the municipality deputy speaker is paid 300,000. Arrears accruing from non-payment of ex gratia and honoraria. These arrears arose due to the fact that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development continued to provide IPFs of the councils ending in the financial year 2020-2021, despite changes in the number of political leaders in the political term commencing in the financial year 2021-2022. These arrears accumulated to a total of 9.9 billion for all local governments, including Ramo district. A supplementary request for these arrears was submitted to the Ministry of Finance on 14th August 2023, and the reminder on January 5th, 2024. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has advised that the arrears will be cleared after verification by the Office of the Auditor General. Number 7, for Ramo district councillors. The Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, in regard to Ramo district, in the financial year 2021-22, 22-23, 23-24, there was inadequate budget provision to cater for all the political leaders, causing a shortfall of 298 to 274. 298,274,000. With my support, the Ministry of Local Government, we shall continue engaging the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and this matter will be resolved. Question number 2, Honorable Joke Andrew, Member of Parliament or more. His prayer is that what are government plans for the upgrade of health center force to hospitals in districts that do not have hospitals. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, there are currently 47 public general hospitals under the district local governments across the country. 16 regional referral hospitals, 5 national referral hospitals, all in Kampala, and 4 specialized national hospitals. I have provided a list of public hospitals in Annex 1A and Annex 1B, the list of specialized and national regional referral hospitals. Government acknowledges that under the 21 Presidential Strategic Guidelines and directives of 2016, the health sector was directed that each district should have a general hospital, which implies that now there are 82 districts without a public hospital. The estimated cost for construction and equipping of a general hospital is approximately 70 billion Uganda shillings. To fully operationalize a general hospital, we require a recurrent cost including wage, non-wage, recurrent medicine and health supplies estimated at 12 billion 238 million per annum. You can have a look at it at this because we have annexed it as Annex 2A. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, government plans to upgrade health center 4s to general hospitals in a phased manner, starting with districts with relatively high population or deserve special attention because of their geographical location, like islands, highways, to mention it, but a few. On the other hand, government's current priority is to achieve universal health coverage by increasing access to primary health care services at health center 3s and 4s, where the majority of the population access services. Since the financial year 2018-2019, a total of 340 health center 2s have been upgraded to health center 3 under the Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer Program, and 41 health center 2s upgraded to health center 3s under the AMCHI program. Currently, 1,696 out of 2,184, that's translating into 78% sub-counties and town councils have health center 3s. Construction of 31 more new health center 3s is ongoing under the U-Gift program and will be completed in the year 2024-2025, this financial year. Ministry of Health requires additional resources to establish health center 3s in the remaining 488 sub-counties. The estimated cost for construction and equipping each health center 3 is approximately Uganda shillings 8.257 billion. The total amount for 488 health center 3s is Uganda shillings 4.29 trillion. 4.029 trillion. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, government is strategically shifting from facility-based health services to strengthening the community health program for the health promotion, education, and disease prevention. As you all know that 75% of the diseases in Uganda are preventable. This will reduce on the demand for curative services at health centers and hospitals. Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the Ministry of Health Draft National Health Policy 2024 has introduced a reform of upgrading the status of health center 4s, that is 24 bed capacity, to community hospital 60 bed capacity. This will be undertaken in a phased manner, prioritizing existing health center 4s with high catchment population and the 135 constituencies without health center 4s based on geographical access, population coverage, and resource availability. The estimated cost for construction of a community hospital is at Uganda shillings 12 billion, and equipping it at 4 billion. A total of 16 billion is required. To fully operationalize a community hospital, we require a recurrent cost, including wage, non-wage, recurrent, medicine, and health supplies, estimated at 4 billion per annum, as I already told you. Number 3, Honorable Jock Andrew Oranya, Member of Parliament, Omoro County. His prayer is malaria is one of the top killers in northern Uganda and Uganda in general. What are government plans for curbing and eventually eradicating this preventable disease? Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, my response is that Uganda is indeed highly endemic for malaria. And globally, Uganda ranks third in the global malaria burden and eighth in reported malaria-related and reported death. Uganda is a very fertile ground for malaria. We lie along the equator. This provides the most favorable ambient temperature and humidity that support mosquito breeding and malaria transmission. Additionally, the abundant breeding sites due to high rainfall lead to a high density of vectors. The presence of efficient vectors, mixed parasite species, and large parasite reservoirs all work against us. The regions with traditionally high transmission are West Nile, Acholi, Lango, Teso Busoga, and Bukedi. It is these places where we see the most malaria cases and deaths. However, it is important to note that in these high transmission settings, because of the immunity due to persistent malaria exposure, severe malaria cases should be lower than in other parts of the country with lower transmission. Severe malaria can potentially lead to death results from delays in care seeking. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we also have challenges with the use of preventive tools by the population. Our main preventive tool is the treated mosquito net. We distributed 28 million nets in 2023. However, the demographic health survey report of 2024 indicates that though the net coverage is more than 95%, net use by the population is only approximately 60%. However, I would like to reassure everyone that there is progress being made. As of this year, the malaria cases seen are lower than for the last 3 years. That is 2021, 2022, and 2023. The Ministry of Health and National Malaria Elimination Division have prioritized the following to address the malaria problem. 1, zero deaths. 2, reduction of malaria cases through provision of preventive measures along, for example, long-lasting treated mosquito nets through mass campaigns and routine distribution of ANC clinics and schools, sensitizing the communities about the net use, repair, and repurposing. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, community surveillance and accountability to ensure all malaria testing and treatment commodities are available across the country and at all times. This involves proper commodity quantification, requisition, delivery by national medical stores, and ensuring all commodities delivered are properly used and accounted for. Number 4, integrated community case management. This focuses on children under 5 years who are most vulnerable to malaria and its complications, including death. This approach takes malaria services next to the children and ensures the VHTs can test and treat the children from within their villages. In this way, children will receive the earliest testing and treatment for malaria. When malaria is treated early and properly, there is no way it can turn into severe malaria. Number 5, decentralization. That Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this is to ensure the local governments and health facilities take charge of the malaria fight at their respective locations. We are empowering the decentralized governments with all the knowledge and skills to be able to handle the malaria fight. Number 6, data use for decision making. The fight against malaria is closely tied to data. Data about the cases, where they come from, and who is most affected. Data on commodities for testing and treatment. Data on local mosquito population. Data on availability and use of malaria preventive tools like nets, etc. We are also empowering the districts with all the skills for data use so that decisions on malaria are based on locally generated data. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, government of Uganda is finally responding to the malaria situation in the country by developing a Uganda malaria elimination strategy. This is going to be an all-government or multi-sectoral strategy to address malaria in the country. This is ambitious approach. This is an ambitious approach, knowing how highly endemic Uganda is. I call upon all of us, honorable members and right honorable speaker, to support government's plan, including mobilizing the communities to take up and use preventive tools, seek early testing and treatment whenever they feel sick, and most importantly, when diagnosed with malaria, to take the full doses of malaria as advised by the medical personnel. Question number 4, from Honorable Jock Andrew, Member of Parliament, Omoro District. His prayer is that what are government plans to support new administrative units with offices and council halls? That Honorable Speaker and honorable members, my response is that over time, government has approved requests for alteration of boundaries of a number of administrative units, resulting into creation of 385 sub-counties and 355 town councils, totaling to 740 administrative units. Out of the 740 administrative units, 327 require office blocks, requiring Uganda shilling 36.62 billion to construct office blocks for all the administrative units. The sub-county office blocks are designed to accommodate the office of the chairman LC3 and his secretary, the office of the sub-county chief, an accounts officer, law enforcement officer, a strong room, a reception area, and a council hall. The government plans to construct these office blocks in a phased manner over 2 financial years, starting in the financial year 2025-2026, as you all know. In the meantime, the administrative units will continue sharing existing parent facilities. Honorable Kakembo Michael, Member of Parliament, Entebbe Municipality.
Procedure. Mr. Speaker.
Is there a correction?
Yes, the question she has just read should be without offices, but you read with offices and the record should be corrected. The question from Andrew, the one you have just answered.
The question from Andrew, Honorable Andrew Alanya.
Yes.
I think also since right honorable, maybe to make it very easy for the Hansard and clerk, since the statement also is uploaded, let the Hansard capture it because you're reading it verbatim.
Yes.
Yes, let it be captured the way it is.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Kakembo is talking about new cities. That new cities were created and approved by the 10th Parliament, and that there is need to operationalize these cities to enable us prepare for the forthcoming general elections and demarcation of constituencies. Is asking, when will we operationalize Entebbe City? My response, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, that government in April 2020 created 15 cities in Uganda to be operationalized in a phased manner. The 10 cities of Arua, Mbarara, Gulu, Jinja, Fort Portal, Mbale, Masaka, Hoima, Lira, and the Soroti took effect on 1st July 2020. And these were to be followed by 5 cities of Entebbe, Moroto, Nakasongola, Kabale, and Wakiso, meant to be operationalized as follows. In 1st July 2022, it was supposed to be Entebbe City. 1st July 2023, it was supposed to be Moroto, Nakasongola, Kabale, and Wakiso cities. However, in August 2022, the law, in August 2020, the law, the Local Government Act Cap 138 was amended, and mid-term operationalization of administrative units and local governments abolished. The newly created administrative units and local governments can only take effect 6 months before the general elections. And this amendment affected the next phase of the 5 cities. The Minister of Local Government is currently carrying out the technical studies and consultations with stakeholders in the 5 cities to prepare them for the operationalization of 1st July 2025, subject to the guidance by Cabinet. Question number 6, Honorable Joko Still, Member of Parliament of Moro. And his prayer is, what is the status of government intervention in rationalization of traditional justice law to address the question of war repatriations in the Acholi sub-region? My response, Right Honorable Speaker, is that on June 17, 2019, Cabinet under Minute 239 CT 2019 and Cabinet Memorandum CT 2018-38 approved the National Transition Justice Policy as follows. A, the Cabinet noted the key aspects of the National Transition Justice Policy, approved the National Transition Justice Policy, and C, approved the wide dissemination and publication of the National Transition Justice Policy. D, approved the fast tracking of the registration on the National Transition Justice Policy. Then E, directed the Ministers of Internal Affairs and Justice and Constitutional Affairs to provide a transitional period between the implementation of the National Transition Justice Policy and the enactment of the relevant laws on the transitional justice, to give government ample time to identify the most sustainable source of funding for the undertaking. The National Transition Justice Policy is an overreaching framework of government of Uganda designed to address peace, justice, accountability, and reconciliation needs of post-conflict in Uganda. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore seeking to engage with all parts of the country that have been affected by civil strife, conflict, and not only the Acholi sub-region. Since the approval of the policy, it has been disseminated and efforts are being undertaken to present principles for a proposed transitional justice law. It should be noted that the principles for the policy were withdrawn from Cabinet in 2023 to enable the responsible ministries harmonize certain issues, including administrative arrangements for the law. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the key policy proposals which are envisaged in if Cabinet approve the principles for a transition justice law are: A, formal justice. Government shall ensure witnesses are protected and victims participate in proceedings, and to the extent possible, remove barriers for access to justice by victims, especially the vulnerable. B, traditional justice. Government recognizes traditional justice mechanisms as a tool for conflict resolution. Then C, national building and reconciliation. Honorable Speaker, government shall establish and resource national building and reconciliation processes. D, repatriations. Honorable Speaker, government shall establish and implement a repatriation program for victims affected by conflict. Then E, amnesty. There shall be no blanket amnesty, and government shall encourage those Thank you. Thank you so much. Government, there shall be no blanket amnesty, and government shall encourage those amnested to participate in truth-seeking and traditional justice processes. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the objective of the policy include the following. 1, to address the gap in the formal justice systems for post-conflict situations. Then 2, to formalize the use of traditional justice mechanisms in the post-conflict situations. Then 3, to facilitate the reconciliation and national building. Then 4, address the gaps in the current amnesty processes. Then 5, to provide preparations for the post-conflict situations. Right, Honorable Speaker, the expected outcomes of the policy include the following: restoration of trust between government and communities. 2, sustainable peace, nation building, and reconciliation. Then 3, enhanced victim participation and witness protection. And 4, traditional justice mechanism formalized. And 5, a civil and social economic empowerment of war victims and communities. Rehabilitation of reintegration of the affected persons enhanced. Gaps in the amnesty process addressed. Question number 7 is from Agnes Achibu District, Achibu, woman MP Nebi, that she has an issue of concern about maternity ward that was built in Usi Parish in Palombo sub-county. The work for this maternity ward was given to the UPDF Engineers Brigade, and the project was supposed to have been completed in 3 years. It was supposed to be done in 3 phases from financial year 2021-2022 to financial year 2023-2024. Her prayer: the UPDF Engineers Brigade should speed up the process because they are still at the slabbing level. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, my response is that the funds for the last phase of the construction for the maternity in Palombo sub-county was released late and only received by UPDF on 24th July 2024. UPDF is on site, and the plan is to ensure that the works are completed in a short time to enable the facility be used. The works are scheduled to be completed by 30th December this year. Her prayer number 2, engineering brigade should do the fencing of Jupanziri Health Center 3 because the money was also paid. Honorable Speaker, the fencing of that health center shall be complete before 30th December 2024. Of course, there were delays in the mobilizing and manufactured materials due to distance. Number 8, a question is from Akugizibwe Alid, Member of Parliament, Bururi County, Masindi District. Says that Kimengo and Chijunjubwa are 2 sub-counties that are water stressed and yet have a very high population that is highly productive in both crop and animal husbandry. The efforts to serve the citizens in these 2 sub-counties with clean, safe, and affordable water have been proven extremely difficult. Efforts by the District Water Office and development partners to supply water from hand pumps and mini water systems has proved fertile because due to extremely low water tables in the 2 sub-counties. Kimengo sub-county, according to him, is located 26 kilometers from the National Water and Sewerage Treatment Plant at Kiyanja along Kampala Road. And he believes that water can be supplied to the Kimengo community from the water treatment plant. Kijunjubwa sub-county is located approximately 32 kilometers along Masindi Nakaseke Road, with the nearest water point 25 kilometers away. They also look at exploring the possibility of water supply from National Water and Sewerage Corporation to this community. Currently, these 2 sub-counties are located outside the National Water and Sewerage Corporation area of jurisdiction. The Ministry of Water and Environment, according to him, allows National Water and Sewerage Corporation to extend up to these sub-counties and provide the required resources so that the water is availed to these areas as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we acknowledge the challenges of providing safe water for the 2 sub-counties of Kimengo and Kijunjubwa in Masindi District. Kijunjubwa sub-county has a total number of 22 villages without safe water in Kijunjubwa parish, while Kimengo sub-county has a total of 7 villages in Chibanja and Kimengo parishes without safe water. The Ministry of Water and Environment is exploring advanced techniques of carrying out groundwater investigations to enable funding of more sustainable areas for groundwater development to address the challenges related to groundwater availability in water-stressed areas of Kimengo and Kijunjubwa. Once the options of using groundwater is exhausted, the ministry will explore the option of developing safe surface water sources from River Kafu and its boundary, Kizi, to serve Kimengo and Kijunjubwa sub-counties respectively. These rivers are located within 10 and 8 kilometers from the respective sub-counties of Kimengo and Kijunjubwa as a more sustainable source of water for these sub-counties of concern. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. We shall use 30 minutes, honorable colleagues. Only 1 minute question, 1 minute for an answer. Honorable Segona, Honorable Edekas, Honorable Ndiwara na Christine, Honorable Rugumayo, Honorable Auma, and Honorable Lamaka Margaret to begin with.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also to thank my sister, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, for the manner she has presented the issues. I did seek your guidance on a very, very important matter, and you advised me that since the Prime Minister will be in Parliament today, she would be in a position to answer a matter relating to security after the closure of several police posts across the country, on the understanding that small posts were not viable. We have witnessed an increase or a surge in criminality leading to deaths across the country, especially the resurgence of killing of border riders. Case in point is what befell us last Friday in Nanziga Ward, in Sanji Town Council, where one Lasto Chigos was killed, and he was the fourth person in a space of 3 months in the same spot, following the removal of the nearest police post. And the next police post is 7 kilometers away. Considering the population in Wachiso, would the Prime Minister advise if there could be special measures for providing security to those places that have been abandoned? And also considering that a number of people have been evicted from wetlands, others from the streets of Kampala. I personally had an attack last night at my house, even when we have a police in 1 kilometer's radius. Are there measures, Right Honorable Prime Minister?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the President of the Republic of Uganda took note of these rampant incidents of insecurity across the country, not only in his constituents, and directed me to coordinate the ministries responsible to make sure that we have a police post in every sub-county and division in case of municipals. And so it is work in progress.
Thank you. Honorable Dakas, I'm sure Honorable Segona will share more with the Prime Minister from here. Honorable Dakas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I would like to bring to your attention and attention of the Prime Minister that government has put a lot of efforts to connect Kaberemaido. And this house, as you know, Mr. Speaker, passed a loan for the road from Katine to Ochero, but also there has been a lot of progress on works for the ferry for Bukungu, Kagwara, and Kaberemaido. And that has brought a lot of hope to the people. However, since December, the contractor who has been working on the docking side of Kaberemaido left that site. And I'm told that the works is accomplished for the landing dock is only about 30%. Yesterday, there were several pictures circulating on the social media about the tests for the vessel that's going to ply that particular route. And a lot of people from my constituency have been calling, asking what is going to happen when their docking site is not yet prepared. Relatedly, is the access road.
What's the question, Honorable?
My question is, what is happening? Why did the contractor leave the site? And what is the hope now that the vessels are ready and the people of Kaberemaido are excited about what government is doing?
Right, Honorable. Colleagues, can we use, I wanted us to use 30 minutes. I picked 15 questions so that I got other items. Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Ministry of Works and Transport will go to Kaberemaido to make sure that, one, the work is complete so that the communities can use the facilities by government.
Dr. Christine Duaran?
Thank you, Right
There is no
Honorable
procedure
Speaker.
here at this time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right to Honorable Minister, before I proceed, I want to remind you that you have not answered my question for the last Thursday. Right to Honorable Minister, today, Prime Minister.
The one of prostitutes and coffee. Yes.
Today,
Doctor.
the concern I have is about the natural disaster which occurred in my constituency due to heavy rainfalls. Right, Honorable Minister.
Prime
the
Minister.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister. Yes. Over 12 households were affected, and they were damaged seriously, and they collapsed. The residents are left in a state of quagmire, and they are wondering what is going to be done next. This is the fourth time we are having the same problem, but last time we were.
Honorable, we've gone into ministries. Go on to the question. Switch on and ask the question.
Last time we got a rotten maize flour. So now the question is, how can we get at least iron sheets and the food for the people who are affected? Thank you.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Namaga wants chicken also.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I request the Honorable Member to use the District Disaster Committee to submit a report so that the Office of the Prime Minister can act accordingly.
Honorable Rugumayo.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, Toroko district, where I have many young people that I represent here, recently experienced very devastating floods when River Semlik burst its banks, causing flash floods in 3 sub-counties, Bweramule, Rwebsengo, and Butungama. This is in addition to the 90% already submerged Kanara sub-county. The situation is even made dire. Yesterday, media covered pupils taking mock exams in flooded schools. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to know, is the government aware of this situation? And what measures are being taken for government to ensure that livelihoods of people are safeguarded, that students can continue to study?
Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, we have always acted when it comes to floods in Toroko district. I think what we shall do now is to request the Honorable Member to get us a disaster preparedness committee, a report from the disaster committee of the district. Then two, we shall also organize a meeting with the leaders of Toroko down on ground so that we can come up with a lasting solution, because this district has truly suffered because of floods.
Honorable Helen Nauma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Through right, Honorable Prime Minister, why is the government not according Busia Secondary School after several pledges by the President and a follow-up by the district? Right, Honorable Prime Minister, I have detailed information with me here. Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me to table the information for the Prime Minister. So I have the information with me here. Allow me to table it.
Please just say what you want to say, Honorable colleague. It's a question.
My question is, why is the government not coding the Busia Secondary School?
Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm part of Busia, having stayed there for close to 10 years as an RDC. So I request the member to avail those documents she's talking about so that we can help Busia.
Thank you. Honorable Ramaka Magot.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, last month, Ministry of Finance released funds to all entities, and my district, Kitgum, received only 19 billion shillings for, instead of 22 billion shillings for wages. And I was informed by my cow that the money is only going to pay this month, last month and next month, and what is going to happen to the civil servants, especially the teachers and else workers, to avoid demonstration. On the same line, UBOS did the census very well, but my LC1s, LC2, and all the stakeholders were not paid except the numerators and service providers. What can the people of Kitgum district do to get the money which is supposed to be got? Unlike
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I believe now we have the Minister of Finance. Can I seek?
Right Honourable, I'll be making it easy for you some of the questions. The relevant minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we did a payroll audit last year, and we validated all our civil servants in the country. However, there are cases where the districts, especially in the districts, where the verified numbers are less than the numbers the district claim to have. And as a result of that, the districts have accumulated arrears, which we strongly contest, and we have advised that a re-verification be made before we can give them additional wage. And I want to invite you to, if you can send me that cow next week, we can discuss the matter and be able to agree with him on the next steps. Otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot fail to pay for the staff in the post.
Honourable Norman Zochero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, I wrote my question 2 weeks ago. Last Thursday, it failed to appear. They told me today it will come. No wonder it is not there. Now that I'm here, my questions are, one, like any other district in this country, my constituency suffered grave losses in the hands of insecurity agents. One, between 1966 to 1970, we lost 1,566 people. Right Honorable Speaker, in the hands of government militia. Prime Minister, we lost 1,984 people by rebels. I am giving my question. Why ordering me to ask the question, or what?
Now, Honorable Norman, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Here you don't respond to people of record.
Thank you very much.
On the microphone and.
Thank you very much.
No.
Right Honorable Speaker, between 1996 to 1970 also, 4,200 movable property like bicycles.
Can I make a request?
Yes, please.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, can you confirm that on Thursday you will answer the question of Honorable Norman Ochero? Because it's a long question.
Yes, it is really long.
Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure of having the questions come to me is that members write the question, they go to the clerk. I have no control of which questions come to my office.
I will ensure this one comes. Honorable Atkins, then Honorable Christine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I understand that we have 1 minute in the interest of time. Madam Prime Minister, Kasese people were promised clean and safe drinking water by the president. That was April 29, 2019. The water is still been waiting for. They were also promised power by the same president, 2019, and we're waiting for the power. And very finally, they need water for production. Madam Prime Minister, that's the voice and request from the Kasese people. Thank you very much, Mr.
Right, Honorable
Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable. Right, Honorable Speaker. The water to Kasese will be provided. The president's commitment stands, and we shall provide the water.
Honorable Chiboga, then Sembabri.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've been following up with the uptake of Swahili in our communities, but I realize that it has a conceptual challenge and also a perception challenge that from the war, still people perceive it that Swahili is a language for armed people. But Right Honorable Speaker, this is also very important that we use the bottom-up approach in participatory mechanisms for taking on anything new. So my people are requesting that let's begin with the national language, and then we can proceed with the other language. And they're asking that we already know the widely spoken national language as Uganda. Yes. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to ask the Prime Minister, when will the process of establishing a national language start? It is a serious concern in the community.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister. When will the process of starting the national language kick off?
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I believe the member who asked this question has the answer. She has the answer. She knows why she asked the question. Honorable members, we are in the East African community. And so for our communities to trade with our sisters and brothers across the East African community, we need to have a common language. And that's why government is promoting Swahili in good faith, because we have to connect. Thank you so much.
Now, honorable colleagues, on this issue, for those who have gone for like trade negotiations, if, for example, you're with the Chinese, you reach somewhere, they switch to their language, and they plan for you, then they come back to English. Now, me from Ankore, when I'm with my sister Huda, we can only backbite the other group in English and they are listening. But if we had indeed Swahili as our national language, and then we are able, to go in the back room with Swahili, the Kenyans won't backbite us also because now they would be having only Swahili. So, but it's really good. I was in Russia some time back, and I met a Russian who started greeting me in Swahili. speaking to me in Swahili. I got embarrassed. I didn't know anything. He said, how come you don't know the language of Africa? So if we could give it a little more effort. Sembabure, then Dr. Rulme Baiga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My question to the Prime Minister is about lower local governments. What is the government plan in building a uniform constructions, especially in LC3s that are now upcoming, uniform constructions because different monies come to the districts and then constructions are done, yet the buildings are just not even worth the money, just to give, just people to be sure this is a sub-county headquarter. I thank you.
Right, Honorable?
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I answered that question already, but for emphasis of our colleague, the sub-counties, all the sub-counties across the country have got an approved plan, and the designs are clear. They are clear. You must have a sub-county chief office, the LCCD office, the secretary, the wall, a community hall where they can maybe have their council meetings, and one office for the local police. That is the structure. It is there already approved. Thank you so much.
Dr. Rulme Baiga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Butareja.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister came to this Parliament and announced the executive order of the President about the retraction of the licenses and permits given to people who are felling all the trees in the National Forest Reserves. And we were very happy with that. And she was very emphatic that this is a presidential directive, so it must be complied with. When I asked her whether she has any practical measures in order to effect it. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to report that Kisisita, Nyimu, Nachiza, and many other forests in Wikwe are now falling down, and instead the perpetrators are planting eucalyptus and pine as plantations of their own, other than the natural forests. I want to ask again, what practical measures would you like to employ this time?
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the executive order of the President, number 3, still stands. What we are going to do is to ask the Ministry of Water and Environment to go to those forests in Ibuyikwe to find out exactly what happened. And I request, Right Honorable Speaker, that my team puts this question as a written question so that I come with a more concrete answer to answer his question.
Thank you. I also request the Committee on Natural Resources to visit and compare notes with the Prime Minister. Butareja.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The government of Uganda undertook a program of rehabilitating railway stations under the program of the meter gauge railway. And the plans were to rehabilitate the route between Tororo and Kampala. Butaleja, as a district, we initially had 2 original routes, that's Buliro and Budumba. But apparently, after further investigations and reminders to the government, our stations were not reinstated as we speak. Our people are having to travel long distances to look for the nearest station. What plans does the government have to correct the imbalance?
Right Honorable Prime Minister. The meter gauge railway or the standard, honorable member?
The meter gauge railway. The route between Tororo and Kampala.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I will ask Honorable Fred to come after me, but I thought I should give some information to the House about the standard gauge railway. We reduced the number of stations for the standard gauge railway from Tororo to Kampala to 3 from the original 30. Why? Because we think 85% of the standard meter gauge of the standard gauge railway will be carrying cargo. And of course, we shall have just a few stations where we shall offload cargo. Industrial areas, that is Jinja, industrial area here in towards Mokono and Kampala. So the meter gauge railway, the Minister for Transport is here. Honorable Fred Byamukama, you come and assist.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Through the Right Honorable Prime Minister, I note the concern raised by my colleague Honorable, but this Parliament last year passed a loan, and we have the plans. Once the loan matures, we are going to work on those stations, which is talking about, but that is from Kampala, Mukono, going up to Malaba, that's for the meter gauge rail. But shall say that currently people have nowhere to pass. That line currently rehabilitated it using our simple money, and it's only restricted for international cargo, which is coming from Kenya or Tanzania. Our local people, depending on the cargo they have, we haven't given them a chance to utilize that line, but we're working on the matter. And once the loan has matured, those stations will be reinstated back as they were. Thank you very much.
Honorable Tinka.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm coming from my constituency now. And the question they are asking me, which I don't have an answer, they gave us an ambulance. And it is taking ages to be delivered to the constituency. That's Viaga West constituency. Every time you contact the ministry, they say, give us 2 months. We are fixing those internal equipment. Give us 2 months. Now we are clocking almost a year without the ambulance. So can we be told when it is going to be delivered?
Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have been on the floor of this House. As a ministry, we explained the ambulances we received, which needed to be fitted according to specifications. And these ambulances, it is not true that they have been around for 1 year. We are fitting them, and very soon we shall deliver. Thank you so much.
Honorable Remricha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank you, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, for the work that you're doing, especially the care you're giving us as in Toroko. Toroko, we are prone to disasters, you know. As we speak now, the entire, as they said, the entire 3 sub-counties are submerged. But the Right Honorable Prime Minister, we raised the issue of land. You promised to buy land and locate people in Kanara sub-county. And I never raised that issue here with you on 23rd and 29th November last year. I also wrote to your office, and you promised, because you said you're going to buy land for Kasese and in Toroko, but Kasese land was bought and in Toroko was left out. But our people are living in a terrible situation. The Honorable Prime Minister, when are we getting this land so that our people live as human beings? I thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Honorable from Montoroko is aware that we held several meetings. You know, I have been to their area many times. And the purpose was for us to look for a lasting solution for people to leave those waterlogged areas and get land. So the president was like, can we get land and buy it for the people? We struggle to get land. What is next is Semliki National Park. Gazetting a national park is constitutional. You know what I'm talking about. Then we agreed that you look for people who have land, which is not in the water. Because they showed us land that submerged after a few months. I want you to remember that land of that Mularo man. It submerged after a few months. So we are still waiting for the district to look for land so that government can pay that land.
Thank you. Right, Honorable, you can share with Honorable Remrisha. I saw as if he had some. Mbarara, Honorable Magora.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, during the recess that were given by Parliament, I visited schools, secondary schools in my district. And one thing that caught my attention was the firewood that is used in those schools to cook for meals for the students. I looked at the pile of firewood in those schools and the lorries that were off-roading the firewood. And on my personal analysis, I realized that almost every student on a daily basis destroy a tree. I'm wondering what government is planning for these schools in the wake of restoring the environment and looking at the climate change. I'm thinking of Ministry of Energy coming out with fixed energy saving stoves in these schools as a short term, and also asking the Prime Minister of the plan, of a long-term plan, maybe thinking of providing gas.
Sorry. Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the member has an answer. Government has a long-term plan of switching to renewable energy. And of course, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development has already informed this Parliament of these plans. The answer is switching to renewable energy. That is all.
Honorable Rachel Magora.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister.
Procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, protect me from the angered Prime Minister. I take seriously the management of time as you guided. As my sister was talking about biogas, I wanted to give information about our travel to northern Uganda and what we witnessed, the destruction of the environment. We are gifted that in the West, we have cows that give, just a minute, please.
But Honorable,
yes.
What is the procedure about
The procedure issue, the procedure issue which I'm bringing, and this is a very serious national matter. We are gifted in the West to have cows that give us raw materials. The Prime Minister has given a cosmetic answer. Is it not procedurally right that you guide her to come with a comprehensive plan with budgetary attachments? Because if we have those natural resources and the government injects money, we can be able to produce biogas in that sub-region.
Okay. Now,
Because it is
Honorable-
not enough for the Prime Minister to say, we are working on it.
Yes, Honorable, this is the difference between questions for oral answer
Correct.
and questions for written answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Because questions for written answer are more structured and the answers are more structured and more researched. Because she also needs technical input. For example, budget. She would need to know the cost of this. So a member, instead of asking such a question for an oral answer, should write so that they have a structured answer.
The reason you see me standing as you guide, Mr. Speaker, is that my understanding, it is now your duty, and that's why you require us to ask you before, that these members are guided to ask those questions in a structured way, such that we can have a solution. Otherwise, we would be wasting time. If the Prime Minister is ambushed, she gives a cosmetic answer, and we walk away. We would not be helping the country.
Honorable colleagues, you've taken note. I've been talking about this over time. I have had, by the way, I've had situations where members are annoyed with me. They come to office, I guide, and the member, no, I want to be on a microphone. The other side, the Prime Minister reads, but I want to be. I said, but the answer you're getting here, member says, yes, me, I want to be on a microphone. So more interested in the question than the answer. Okay? But I'm not meaning Honorable Rebiam. She never came to me and we discussed it that way. Someone might say she came and I told her, but I am telling you what I go through. Members come. There is a member who even told me openly. He said, no, me, I want that video. It will go to the constituency. Yes. And the member said, me, there is evidence on me submitting on this issue. It will go to the constituency. And people will know I raised it. Whether an answer came or not, me, I raised it. So that's a challenge I go through. Rachel Margot. We have only 2 minutes left. So
I have a concern that has come to my knowledge that the integrated finance management system is being messed with. In my district, some officers have been overpaying themselves by millions, several months getting salaries that are 10 times what they're supposed to get. I'm wondering, what can we do that this is sorted out? I'm glad the finance minister is here as well. It might be happening in other districts where officers have paid themselves 10 times more than their salary and it was found out like 3-4 months later. So the systems that we are supposed to be using to sort out as checks and balances, there is a problem. Prime Minister, Madam.
thank you. Right, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, to me that is corruption, it's fraud, and the relevant laws will be followed to make sure that those people are apprehended and also refund the money they have stolen. That is thuggery, which we cannot, which is not acceptable. So I direct the Minister of Finance to make sure that they get in touch with the member and also make sure that these culprits are arrested.
Honorable Angura.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you talked of medical services here and health centers. 4 years ago, government started upgrading Malaba Health Center 3 to 4. 4 years ago. They only constructed 2 buildings and it stopped. For the last 3 years, we have not had any works going on. And yet that is the face of any epidemics that come and other sensitive control points as far as disease is concerned. When shall we see the full upgrade of Malaba Health Center 4, which is so strategic because it serves not only Uganda, but also cross-border movement persons and also people from across the other side. It should not be considered among the batches that are moving slowly. When shall we have this completed?
Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, I want to thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister on comprehensively responding to the issue of upgrade of health center facilities with the figures, with whatever we have constructed and what is pending. And I'm sure among what the Right Honorable Speaker mentioned, the same facility is among. With availability of funds, we shall have to work on that facility. I thank you.
Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to make very brief comments. Mr. Speaker, much as you encourage members to make written questions rather than oral for answer questions, the responses by the Right Honorable Prime Minister are too verbose. She uses a lot more words than the words that are needed for a given response. I have seen this particularly in the question raised by the Honorable Olanya Andrew about malaria. The exposition is impressive, but the response should have opened the war on the mosquito. What I know about the multinationals, they wouldn't want a country like Uganda to kill the mosquito once and for all. There is a serious war, and I expected this government to open a war or an assault on the multinationals that wouldn't want the mosquito to be killed, because we will not be the first country where the mosquito has been decimated, I mean to say. Mr. Speaker, other countries have used vaccines. There was even an offer, I don't know what happened, in 2022 of 3 million doses of the vaccine, anti-malarial vaccine by the World Health Organization. They were supposed to kickstart the planned immunization then, but there is silence, and I suppose maybe it has had a natural death. I expected your response, therefore, to focus on those two. When will there be, you have talked of malaria elimination strategy. Why couldn't this strategy adopt a war against the mosquito? And maybe you also could make Magola as a pharmaceutical which is developing vaccines. We have scientists maybe who could conduct aggressive research on developing a vaccine that would nip this parasite in the bud. Mr. Speaker, if you follow the Commonwealth tradition, practice, and the norms, the Prime Minister's time has the answers which are concise, precise, and to the point, not beating about the bush or being verbose, using more words than needed. What has actually does dilute the very essence. Mr. Speaker, you protect me from the Prime Minister. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Minister State Works and Transport, on the response he made on the meter gauge railway has flabbergasted me, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because if it is a preserve of only foreigners, then the spirit of Bubu, buy Uganda, build Uganda, is killed. Because the spirit, oh yes, but you have marked resemblances. The Honorable Minister, if we were to build Uganda through the Speaker, we ought to encourage our own local traders to also have access to the meter gauge railway, but that it should be a preserve of foreigners. It also defeats the logic behind local content, promoting local content. And I would pray that something is drastically done to address that challenge. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I encouraged you, I remember some time back, that like you go on YouTube, you watch Britain's Prime Minister's time. You know, I remember the one which we had in tennis parliament and previous parliament, where you would stand up, you shoot, you ask questions, members are the ones who complained about it. And then rules were amended to bring these structured answers. Because that time you are complaining on the quality of answers you are getting. Someone comes up with a question which you see that however brilliant you are, you need to go back and you consult the technical people. And you expect the Prime Minister to respond in 1 minute. So that's why we had a mix. Now we have a mix of this structured, and then we have a mix of these which are for oral. And we usually try to push, really we push harder and take more and more questions. So we shall keep improving day after day. Next item.
Item 8, motion for a resolution of Parliament to approve the addendum to the proposal for China Chiking International Construction Corporation, Uganda Limited, finance the reconstruction of Masaka Mutukula Road and rehabilitation of Nyendo Villa Maria, upgrading access road to Uganda People's Defense Forces Barracks in Masaka, access road Masaka Industrial Park, and the upgrade for the Chikagata Kafuzo Road.
Now, Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 159 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, and Sections 36 and 23 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 155 of the Parliamentary Rules of Procedure, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to approve the addendum to the proposal for China Ching International Construction Corporation, Uganda Limited, for pre-financing the reconstruction of Masaka Mutukula Road and rehabilitation of Nyandovila Maria Road and upgrading of the 3.5 kilometers access road to Uganda People's Defense Forces Barracks in Masaka and access road to Masaka Industrial Park, and the additional scope of 28.5 kilometers for the upgrading of the Chikagati Kafunzo Road. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Honorable Nifa, Honorable Remulicha. Honorable Isingoma. No, really, on seconding a motion procedure. That's no, that one you can propose it later. Yes, UPDF or UPDF MPs, Honorable Magezi, Honorable Mona, Minister for Works, Honorable Herbert Taebwa, Honorable Milton Muma, Honorable Pachuto, Honorable Choma, Honorable Tom Bright, Honorable Nyakorach, Honorable Kwaringa. Yes, yes, Chotera, yes, yes, and Honorable Seungu. Honourable Minister, would you love to just give a brief question to the motion?
Thank you, Right Honorable
It's really
Speaker.
debate. Before we put a question, Honourable, you can bring your amendment. Okay? No, during debate, before we make a resolution, okay? You can make an amendment, you can propose an amendment.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are proposing to introduce an addendum to the motion which Parliament approved earlier to include an additional cost of Uganda shillings 64 billion 779 million and 400 shillings 239 to cater for the Sinosure insurance component, which was initially not included in the cost estimates for the reconstruction of the Masaka Mutukura and Nyendovira Maria and other branches, which I stated earlier. What is the justification for our proposal, Right Honorable Speaker? The justification is that the costs government incurs while borrowing money commercially include commitment fees, interest on money borrowed, insurance fees, arrangement fees, and a margin. For this specific pre-financing, the contractor has clarified that they will borrow the funds and pay all other costs except the insurance. Honorable colleagues, Sinosure insurance fee component is a requirement for all equity and debt investments made by Chinese enterprises in projects outside China, with the aim that in the event that the government faces difficulties with payments, Sinosure will have the obligation of ensuring that the contractor is availed with the funds to continue with the execution of the project up to the point of completion without any interruption. Paying the Sinosure insurance component is advantageous because it will guarantee a constant flow of funds to the contractor to undertake and complete the project without any interruptions. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, we presented this proposal to the Committee on National Economy, and the Committee on National Economy has done a very good analysis. I beg your indulgence that in the interest of time, we allow the committee to present the report, and then I will come back to clarify if there are a few things the members would wish me to clarify. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Procedure.
Mr. Speaker, sir, whereas I'm a beneficiary still of Villa Maria, Nyendo Villa Maria, but on this very floor when they brought this loan, I raised issues on that road of why not including Villa Nyendo, Villa Maria, Chamliwa, Kabula Soke. And the reasons I gave here were that people, when Katonga broke, people were driving 228 kilometers from Kampala to Masaka through Zimbabwe. Yet, when you drive from Kampala through Kalungu, from Nyendo to Kabula Soke, it is 48 kilometers. People were going an extra 60 kilometers because of the blockage. And the shortest distance to Masaka is that road, which is part of Nyendo, Villa Maria. And I wrote a letter to the Committee of National Economy, and the Honorable, they will bear me out because I gave that letter. So I want to know whether they have paid attention, because this road, Nyendo, Villa Maria, is tarmacked, but it broke because of the traffic which was incurred during the breakage of Katonga, Masaka.
Thank you, Honorable.
So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to know why leave out that road, which is the shortest cut when there are challenges on Kampala, Masaka Road, which is shorter than going through Sembabule to Masaka, then in Barara. Unfortunately, we are all beneficiaries of that road.
Thank you.
Which is very key. And
Honorable
I
Minister.
did write to you. You didn't invite me to justify. Tell me, brother, speak.
Honorable Minister, Minister for Works. Yeah. But no,
Mr.
please, no, please. Please. Honorable colleagues, this is a procedure in rules, okay? No, I can't allow procedure to continue this way because the process of presenting a roll request is in our rules. Now, once you interfere with it, you are interfering with an established procedure. So let's first follow that process. If you have any issue, it comes during a debate. That's how it is. Honorable Minister, just clarify that and then.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. That matter, we received his concern and advice. We even discussed it in cabinet, but the road is talking
Honorable
about
Minister,
it is,
here we don't use language like his, has, the honorable member's concern.
I apologize for that, Honorable Speaker. That road is vital. I would like to inform the honorable colleague that road, it is on another project. And if you want the details of that project, why it will be worked in, I will provide to you by tomorrow before 10. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but you see what happens, Honorable Minister, you would have prevented this by writing back to the member. When a member usually raises, but also honorable colleagues and honorable Sewungo, a road of 48 kilometers, okay? That's a minimum of $50 million, nearly 200 billion. You can't easily vary at this stage. Yeah, you can't easily. Then number two, if you check in this report, this is a loan we already approved. What we are dealing with today is just a component of insurance. Okay, so we can't add on much from here. Article 93 limits us, Honorable colleague. So, Honorable Minister, please respond to a member, show him which project, under which project are you considering that road?
I'm in agreement, and actually, what you are saying, I'm in total agreement with you. But I said it before they went to process the loan. But if the minister is stating that they looked into my plea by that time, I pray that he doesn't bring it tomorrow because he won't. Let it be next Tuesday while here in the house. Because yes, he's making.
No, I have directed the minister. The minister, Honorable Sewungu, has said he will bring it to you as a honorable member of parliament, but let him write to you. I don't need it on the floor here. Write and copy.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker, but one time you directed him on the other road, he didn't appear. I remember we were here, you told me he didn't. But since he has accepted, we are going to talk outside and I will nag him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Chair, please, Chair, this report, Chair, your report is very clear. We are on insurance. Start with 4.0. We go straight. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It will be captured on the Hansard.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, before I read the report, allow me lay the report of the Committee on National Economy on the addendum to the proposal for Chico Uganda Limited to pre-finance the reconstruction of Masaka Mutukula Road, 89.5 kilometers, and rehabilitation of Nyendo Villa Maria, 11 kilometers, upgrade of 3.5 kilometers access road to the UPDF barracks in Masaka, 3.5 kilometers access road to Masaka Industrial Park, and the upgrade of 28.5 kilometers for Kikagati Kafunzo Road. I beg to lay the report and the minutes of the Committee on National Economy while processing the addendum. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance has already given a background to this addendum. This loan was passed by this House in December 2023, and what we are handling as a committee is the addendum on the addition of the Sinosure insurance. Right Honorable Speaker, you have guided that I should begin with number 4. Number 4 is talking about the pre-financing terms and conditions. Right Honorable Speaker, 4.1 talks about pre-financing terms, and the table is there as per the screen. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't think I need to go through these figures because the table is already there and members will be in position to. Right Honorable Speaker, the addendum has a few terms that have been changed, namely the project cost and the introduction of the insurance. The project cost was reduced through negotiations from 691.68 billion to 686.22 billion. However, Sino insurance of 54 billion, which is equivalent to 8% of the total project cost, as well as VAT on that insurance of 9.8 million, have revised the total cost of the project from 691.68 billion approved by Parliament to 751.002 billion. As a share of the total project cost, the insurance cost inclusive of its VAT is 9.44%, which translates to an equivalent to 2.36% per annum cumulative over the 4 years. Right Honorable Speaker, the pre-financing contract between UNRWA and Chico has already been signed, inclusive of the insurance amount, and the condition for effectiveness have both been met, namely parties signing the contract, B, a commencement letter from the employer to the contractor. The budgetary implications. The proposed addendum increases the amount government will have to repay the contractor for pre-financing the project. This amount of money will be reflected in the national budget estimate in the 3rd financial year after the project commencement. That is in the financial year 2026-2027. Consequently, the insurance cost increases the total cost of government. The total cost government will have to pay by 64.7 billion. Depending on the exchange rate, should Uganda's currency depreciate against the US dollar, government will have to pay more than the current amount in Uganda shillings, since the contract provides that the currency breakdown for the entire project cost is to be 80% in US dollars and 20% in Uganda shillings. The economic impact of the economic analysis for 23 years period, inclusive 3 years of construction for the Masaka Mutukula Road section, shows that the road has an economic rate of return of 23.5%, higher than the internal rate of 12% used in the analysis. Since the economic rate of return is higher than the Uganda's economic opportunity cost of capital of 11%, it is an indication that the project is economically viable and impactful to the whole country with both indirect and direct benefits. Right Honorable Speaker, as at the end of December 2023, when we're approving this loan, the total debt stock stood at US dollars 24.69 billion, equivalent to Uganda shillings 93.3 trillion, increasing from 23.6 billion US dollars, which is equivalent to 86.75 trillion as at end of June 2023. Of the total public debt stock as at December 2023, external debt constituted 59.29%, that is US dollars 14.64 billion, and Uganda shillings 55.3 trillion. While domestic debt constitutes 40.7%, Uganda's debt remains sustainable with a nominal value of public debt to GDP of 50.37% as at December 2023, compared to 47.1% as at June 2023. The approval of the pre-financing and its addendum will not be reflected on our public debt records as a borrowing. However, it will increase the medium-term financial commitment of Uganda National Roads Authority by reducing its future fiscal space in the medium term by the figure approved by Parliament. Observations and recommendations. Retrospective approval of the proposed addendum. The committee observed that whereas the request was submitted to Parliament in March 2024, UNRWA went ahead and committed the addendum as part of the contract with Chico, and subsequently a commencement letter was issued for the contractor to kickstart the major works in July 2024. This action contravenes Section 23 of the Public Finance Management Act, which states that no entity shall enter a multi-year commitment without the approval of Parliament. The committee was informed that the contract was signed on the 15th May 2024 to facilitate commencement of forward maintenance and road safety interventions following non-functionality of the road, which had caused public outcry. Further, the commenced activities were part of the parliamentary approval for the project obtained in December 2023. The approval of this addendum by Parliament will facilitate securing of funds for single-sure insurance to allow commencement of major works. This is because the contractor will not be allowed to pre-finance the project without the single-sure insurance. The committee therefore recommends that UNRWA should in future desist from contravening Section 23 of the Public Finance Management Act, which states that no entity shall enter into a multi-year commitment without approval of Parliament, and further ensure that future pre-financing terms for future projects are always made clear and comprehensive enough during the period in which their approval by Parliament is being sought. 8.2, they need to consider zero rate for VAT on insurance for pre-financing of government projects. The committee noted that VAT rate applied to the single-sure is 18%, higher than the 6% VAT in insurance paid in China. Upon inquiry, UNRWA informed the committee that VAT shall be paid in Uganda and not in China, hence the application of the 18%. The committee observed that since government will be the one meeting the cost of this insurance, as per the pre-finance agreement, the project cost is increased by 9.8 billion, the VAT on insurance as observed in Table 1. The committee recommends that going forward, government considers providing a zero rate on VAT on insurance for pre-financing government projects in order to reduce the project cost in pre-financed projects. The need for pre-financing regulatory framework. The committee observed that while UNRWA has undertaken some projects using the pre-financing model, the regulatory framework to guide the entire process is not in place. The committee is concerned that in the absence of a clear guidelines on the pre-financing, any entity of government planning to use the model may adapt its own criteria, leading to inefficient public expenditure and reduction of the physical space of individual vote levels. The committee recommends that government, through Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, develops a regulatory framework to guide pre-financing of government projects to ensure that the ministries, departments, and agencies remain with the physical space to implement government programs and projects. the coverage of Sinosure insurance. The committee notes that the insurance is applied to 100% of the project cost, yet 40% of the project cost is supposed to be paid by government of Uganda. UNRWA informed the committee that although the contract will be pre-financed up to 60%, Sinosure will cover 100% of the contract price, such that in case of any delays or failure to pay the government of Uganda in fulfilling its contractual financial obligations, the contractor will continue undertaking works to completion as they wait for payment. The committee was further informed that the contractor confirmed that if government of Uganda was willing to provide all the required funds for financing this project during the period of its implementation, the contractor was willing to remove the cost of insurance from the contract and undertake the works as the project cost, excluding insurance. However, since there were no guaranteed sources of funding for this project during its implementation period, given its strategic economic importance to the country, a commitment was made to include the insurance at 100% of the project cost. The committee had discussed with Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and got assurance that government will prioritize payment of the contractor after the 2 years grace period. With this assurance, the committee is confident that government will finance the 40% of the project cost in time to avoid delays in project implementation. Since debt is a service given a priority in the available resource envelope, this means that insurance will only be on 60% of the project cost, which the contractor will borrow. The committee therefore recommends that UNRWA renegotiates the contract with Chico with a view of reducing the insurance cost by 40%, thus reducing the cost of insurance on VAT, insurance cost, inclusive of VAT, from 64,779,400,239 shillings to 38,867,640,443. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, subject to the observation and recommendations therein, the committee recommended approval of an additional 38,867,640,143 to cater for the Sinosure insurance component, which was initially not included in the cost estimate for pre-financing and pre-financing the reconstruction of Masaka Mutukula Road, 89.5 kilometers, rehabilitation of Nyendo Maria Villa, 11 kilometers, upgrade of 3.5 kilometers of access road to Uganda People's Defense Forces barracks in Masaka, upgrade of 3.5 kilometer access road to Masaka Industrial Park, and the upgrade of 28.5 kilometers for Kikagati Kafuzo Road. I beg to submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, there is a Honorable colleague who has said there is a minority report. Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker.
I'm told it's being uploaded. Honorable, do you have a signed copy which you can read? Can be reading? It has to be the signed copy.
Right Honorable Speaker.
I'm told it's uploaded.
Right Honorable Speaker, it's true. A member came up with a minority report at the last minute when we were uploading.
Whatever time it comes.
Yeah.
So no, Chair, you see, Honorable colleagues, I want you to always take note. Whatever time comes, okay? Even if it comes as when you are reading, because you cannot go to respond to it. So if you have it ready, if it's uploaded, I wish we could get a copy for the member. rated also on that minority?
Mr. Speaker, the rules provide that the office of clerk shall at all times accord a member that intends to dissent. We have observed over time that the people who actually attempt to make minority reports get a lot of frustration. They don't get supported. They find it hard even for you to access the needed information. So you find you get to craft this sometimes at last minute. So we are seeking your indulgence that in future, members really need to be accorded the time and support which is provided for in the rule.
Honorable Sewungu, wanted to say something?
For the first time, I'm not going to agree with Honorable who is my friend. We had a report refusing rationalizing higher loan scheme. And the honorable member here was a member of the Committee of Education who never attended at all. Then when I rang him to come and decide so that every member would refuse rationalizing, he came and he said, I have a minority report without attending a single committee meeting. And the clerk accorded him all the time to make a minority report, which beat us here on the floor technically. And we lost our support for the higher loan scheme. And up to now, the bill was returned to the committee. So when he complains that he clerks, I don't know which type of clerk he's talking about. And the honorable, you remember very well what you did. Up to now, the higher loan scheme has lost. Students are not getting money. So are choosing our clerks. Whenever you have a minority report, Mr. Speaker, you inform the clerk during the proceedings of the committee, and you tell him I'm dissenting, and they accord you time to prepare. So for him, he beat us on one evening, and he wrote a funny minority report. It beat us here on the floor. And when Mukasa was there, yesterday enjoying everything. As a result of a minority report from Muri, my good friend. So we are
Are you still friends?
Yes, and after here we are going to meet each other on other matters.
Yeah.
But that one, the time I've been here, clerks have been according us time and giving us.
Colleagues, we are losing a lot of time. You know, this time I don't have where to get it when we keep rotating. So I will handle that with the clerks.
Thank you.
It is a minority report. Let the member present a minority report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
We are receiving a minority report. No, it's opening. Yeah. Just read from up there. If IT has a problem, we rise to Parliament. Yeah. But I had already told one member to liaise with IT to sort that. So whenever read. And just go straight to
definitely.
Final issues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. But just to set the record straight, clerks differ from committee to committee. And I want to believe what the Honorable Onguzuli was raising is shared among the members on the Committee of National Economy, especially those who are interested in making minority report. I want to be on record that we have never been given the due support as per Rule 205 Clause 3. All right, Honorable Speaker, we have a minority report on this particular addendum, and our areas of dissent are three. One, non-compliance with the presidential directive on new loans. And then the second one is non-compliance with the Constitution and the rules of procedure. And finally, the lack of clarity on SUNO insurance terms and its coverage. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the members of National Economy, especially those who signed this report, including the Honorable Onguzuli, myself, and Honorable Kamara, we all agree with the observation in the main report, but fundamentally disagree with the majority of the report on the recommendation on how to approve a provision for insurance of the loan. Right Honorable Speaker, with the non-compliance with the presidential directive, we all know that in 2017, the president gave us an executive order through the minister responsible for finance that no new loan should be contracted without his clearance. And since then, all loans brought to the House
have passed that requirement. This particular one, Right Honorable Speaker, we did not get any clearance. The president was asking questions after questions. And of course, as members on the Committee of National Economy, we are not comfortable.
At this time, you don't express your views, you read the report. Because
Right
you
Honorable
have
Speaker,
colleagues who signed with you.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. The second area of dissent is non-compliance with the Constitution and the rules of procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, in attempting to approve this addendum, the hands of this Parliament are tied by Article 153, subclause 3, 59, subclause 3A, in which it is demanded that the terms of the loan, including insurance, in this case, must be final. Article 153 invalidates the committee recommendation. Article 159, rather, invalidates the committee recommendation that urges UNRWA to renegotiate the insurance cost to 40%. The Constitution demands that UNRWA first renegotiate and then Parliament by resolution approves the terms. Rule 155, clause 5D is so core to the requirements of this House before approving this addendum. The rule expressively requires clearance later by the National Planning Authority. In this particular request, Right Honorable Speaker, NPA did not clear it. Instead, it raised questions. Right Honorable Speaker, finally, the lack of clarity on senior insurance terms and its coverage. Before this House approved this addendum, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should give assurance, which he failed to give to the committee, what happens in case of default. It is important for this House to establish whether upon default and after the 2 years, the insurance we are requested to approve would be able to take care of the penalties that would accrue. If the insurance cannot cover such risks, then why would the insurance, what then would that insurance be for? We know it should be on the covered event, but in the event that what we have insured happens, will the insurance company come in and pay the liability of the country? Right Honorable Speaker, our recommendation is that this House, in spirit of minimizing loss to our country and for purposes of rationalizing resources for national development, this House stands over the request until the minister responsible for finance tables clearance from the National Planning Authority and the President as required by the law. The letter should be expressively clearing the addendum. 2, the minister explains the terms and the effect of the snow insurance to this House to remove any ambiguity. This was not satisfactorily done in the committee. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda National Roads Authority renegotiates the insurance cost to come down to up to 40% on the loan. This is intended to cure the constitutional requirement where Parliament approval is final. Parliament does not approve further negotiations of the loan. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, we request you, for the sake of reducing the fiduciary risk and fear of sacrificing of Uganda's sovereignty of key national assets into the hands of opaque lending terms, let's consider and support this minority report. I beg to submit. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I have 2 loans. They are all in the road sector, in the same area of Uganda, and nearly closely related. And you remember oil roads, we had 5 packages. We approved 4, we remained with 1 package. So it's also here already. So let's also receive the report. We debate both of them together, and then we conclude. Please,
Item
the
9,
minister will clarify.
motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to €126,440,160 from Citibank finance the design and build package of Usalira, Kasambia, Nkonge, Rumagere Sepabule Road upgrading project.
Honorable Minister. Namuga is asking that you said Zimbabwe. Let us have a comprehensive debate on all this road sector. Now we shall try to remain in boundaries. I'll give you direction.
Right Honorable Speaker, in line with Article 159 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 36(5) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 155 of the Parliamentary Rules of Procedure, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize the government to borrow up to euros 126,440,160.68 shillings, euros, an equivalent of US dollars 136.95 million from Citibank to finance the design and build of Rusalira Nkonge Rumegere Sembabule Road upgrading project of 97 kilometers. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Honorable Uda, Honorable Namuga, Honorable Remricha, Honorable Minister of State for Harris, Honorable Jamkama, Honorable Dakas, Honorable Kamateneti, Honorable Rauben, Honorable Kwaringa, Dr. Didi, and many members. Honorable Minister, would you love to speak to, and Honorable Phyllis and Honorable Yachkongoro? Oh, yeah, let the minister first.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The project description is as follows. The Rusalira Nkonge Rumegere Sembabule Road is an existing Class A gravel road located in central region of Uganda that connects the districts of Sembabule and Mubende. The road starts off the junction along the Mubende Fort Portal Road through a Y junction in Rumegere and it terminates in Sembabule connecting to Sembabule Masaka Road. The road is part of the national road network that links the rest of the network to the west by the Fort Portal Road and the south by the Sembabule Masaka Road. Mr. Speaker, Government of Uganda carried out feasibility study and detailed engineering design of the project road, which was completed in October 2017. The road will be designed and constructed to Class 2 paved standard with asphalt, concrete surfacing, and design life of 20 years. The lane width will be 3.5 meters, carriage width of 7.0 meters, and shoulders of 2.0 meters on either side in urban areas and 1.5 meters on either side in rural areas. What are the objectives of this project? Mr. Speaker, at national level, the project objectives are to facilitate the efficient development and production of strategic national resources, to reduce the travel time and lower flight transportation costs along the national road network, and promotion of equal access to social and economic development across the country, and doing so enhance government's effort to poverty eradication and economic development. At local level, the objectives are: 1, to improve access to goods and passenger transport services, reduce transport costs along the route, and improve access to social and economic development opportunities along the route by providing high-capacity road infrastructure. What is the project financing? The total project cost is Uganda shillings 334.91 billion exclusive of VAT, of which Uganda shillings 479.8 billion, approximately 126.44 euros, will be funded by Citibank, and Uganda shillings 55.11 billion, 10.3% of the project cost, by the government of Uganda. Government will also be responsible for any tax that may arise under this loan. The Civil Works commercial contract was signed on 12 September 2022, and works are expected to commence upon signing the financing agreement. What are the financing terms, Mr. Speaker? The loan amount I have already stated as 126.44 million euros. The maturity period is 10 years, including 3 years of grace period. The interest rate is 6-month Euribor plus margin of 5.0 per annum, of which insurance premium is 2.25% per annum. Insurance is provided by ATD, or in other words, the African Trade and Investment Development Insurance, who is covering 100% of the loan. Arrangement or upfront fee is 1.44%, calculated on loan amount paid upfront. Commitment fees, 1.75% of undisbursed balances of the loan. Agency fees, euros 15,000 per annum. Default fees, interest rate plus 2% per annum. And in all this put together shall have result into an effective interest rate of 9.08%. Mr. Speaker, I would like to note that the default interest mentioned above will only be paid if government defaults on servicing the loan, which is more or less unusual, but we have to make a provision for just in case. Mr. Speaker, with this justification, I would like to invite the House to support the loan in order to enable government to push its socio-economic transformation agenda.
Thank you. Honorable Kusuri. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a while ago, a member addressed himself to Article 159 and sections 36 and 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, and also our rules of procedure, Rule 155, which guide on how we should be able to contract loans. Mr. Speaker, particularly when a request for loan is made here, the rules dictate you are supposed to refer it to the Committee on National Economy and the Sector Committee that is responsible for the utilization of the loan. And the rules go further and dictate that for project loans, such as the one which has been presented by the minister, they must be accompanied by some documents. I have listened to the minister. I'm yet to see him lay those accompaniments.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the effect of not complying with what is required when we contract loans is that projects get abused and we do not get to achieve the intended objectives. Already under Uganda Road.
Honorable, just give us the procedure.
Okay, the procedural issue is whether we are right to accept this loan request when it is not accompanied by the required documentations. At what point shall we receive? Because many times these things are smuggled.
No,
because
you've done your part, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, because you see, the loan was presented here. From here, we referred it to the committee. Now, usually how it is done here, it is the committee that brings out all these documents, because the minister did that when he was presenting the loan here. This loan was presented some time back. The committees have processed it. So now we are receiving a report. So let's wait to hear from the chair of the committee whether they received these documents or not. Yeah.
I could be mixing the issues, but my concern, I'm sure, is well captured.
Yeah, sure. But they are not presented now. They are presented when the minister is bringing the loan, and they are handed over to the committee. So now we want to know whether the committee indeed processed all these documents.
Right Honorable.
Please let's receive a report of the chair, of the committee from the chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Guzuli is a member of the Committee on National Economy. On the day when we officially receiving this loan, Honorable Guzuli wasn't in the committee meeting. He was absent. The minister laid all the documents. We looked at all these documents. Sometimes we get disturbed when Honorable Guzuli is wasting the time of the House.
Chair, present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For purposes of record, this morning, I handed over a big file with all accompanying documents to Honorable Lee. Only maybe the time wasn't enough for him to analyze everything. But Honorable Speaker, allow me lay on table minutes of the meeting held on Thursday 8th to consider this request. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, for purposes of record, let me also lay the report of the signed copy of this report, much as it is uploaded. Right Honorable Speaker, for purposes of record, also allow me to put this straight. We were accused on this floor for being inefficient over the Chidepo loan. I want to be clear, and the members of the committee, that we didn't report on this because we are still within our reporting time as per the guidelines. So our appeal is that our inefficiency should arise when we fail to comply to those. But when we are still within those guidelines, I think we are still spot on. So please allow me proceed to the report.
Chair, the minister has given us loan conditions,
Yes.
terms, and everything. So let's go straight to 11.0. The whole report will be captured.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is true. The minister presented many of the
Honorable
issues.
colleagues, it seems some of you have come, you're fresh. You're from out, you're from Sauna. You even look very fresh. Some of us have been here since 2 p.m. Okay? So, please, Honorable Chair, present your report.
Honorable Speaker, the report is not big, but I draw your attention, members, to page 8. Page 8, economic returns of the project. According to the feasibility study report, if implemented under 2 lots, The project presents a positive economic internal rate of return of 15.2% and an economic net present value of US dollars 18.18 million dollars according to economic analysis carried out in July 2017 for upgrading the road to paved standard with asphalt, concrete, and surfacing. Right Honorable Speaker, page 9, one of the planned budget outputs under Ministerial Policy Statement for Integrated Transport Infrastructure and Service Program, financial year 24-25, under UNRA in project 1176, Oima-Wanseko Road is 15 kilometers equivalent to constructed on package 4, which is Rusali-Lankonge, Lumegere-Sembabule Road, which is 97 kilometers. Otherwise, once this loan request is approved by Parliament without renegotiation of the financing terms presented by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the vote's externally financed budget will be expended in relation to this project. Additionally, the debt servicing obligations for this loan present high debt servicing costs compared to other commercial loans that have previously been taken on by the government of Uganda and will therefore reduce on the fiscal space available for discretionary spending. It is also important to note that if at all government does not honor its counterpart obligations, the project shall be exposed to project execution delays, which could lead to delayed disbursement and further increase the cost of debt servicing, especially in the form of increased commitment fees. Right Honorable Speaker, page 10, observations and recommendations. 11.1, the committee noted the project that the total project inclusive of VAT is estimated at Uganda shillings 627.3 billion. The project financing terms are non-concessional, and this contradicts the NDP 3 financing framework. The loan proposes a 5% interest rate per annum, has 10 years of maturity period, including the grace period. The loan also attracts arrangement fees of 1.4% to be paid upfront, a commitment fee of 1.7% on undisbursed amount, agency fees, euro 15,000 per annum, and a default interest of 2%. The committee further noted that the unit cost per kilometer is 5.2 billion, excluding the land acquisition costs. This cost exceeds the NDP 3 recommended average by 50%. Honorable Speaker, the committee further observed that the proposed borrowing is higher than all the previous loans approved by Parliament, with an effective interest rate of about 9%. The list of financing options presented by the Minister indicate that only 2 creditors had expressed interest in the loan project, Citibank and TDB Bank. However, the terms of TDB were better than those of Citibank regarding the upfront fees and insurance costs as observed in the table below. The table is there for the consumption of the members. The committee noted that the highly commercial financing nature of this project, coupled with the high cost of financing the project, will greatly reduce the rate of return on investment on the project. The committee further noted that although the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development indicated that Uganda's debt remains sustainable at moderate risk of debt distress, the increased rate of debt accumulation, increased share of debt service obligations, and less than proportionate growth of domestic revenue collection over the last 5 years is likely to put the country at risk. The minister further informed the committee that the option to go for commercial loans is attributed to the lengthy and stringent conditions set by multilateral lenders, which have in most cases resulted into project delays. In addition, there is a tight fiscal space in the infrastructure investment financing, and variable options are in the areas of social sectors. The committee recognizes the challenges and constraints which the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development got through while securing funds to finance infrastructure. Further observe that Lot 4 of the oil roads is so critical in facilitating the oil production. However, it is important to note that the cost of the project remains high. The committee therefore recommends that going forward, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should forecast the need for infrastructure developments in this country to get concessional financing to ease the pressure on the struggling fiscal space in the country. 11.2, inconsistency of the borrowing with the public debt framework. The committee observed that the debt, public debt and other financial liabilities framework, financial 2023-24 to 2027-28 provides principles and objectives of the borrowing over the current period. One of the principles for external borrowing under this framework is that the government shall continue to pursue concessional and non-concessional borrowing to meet the external financing requirements through the underlying guidelines. One, social and human capital development projects shall be financed at concessional terms with a grant element of at least 35%. B, consideration of non-concessional loans, direct and export credit agency lending with a grant element of less than 35% shall be contracted on condition that, one, the projects provide an economic rate of return greater than the interest rate charged. The project economic net present value and the internal rate of return is greater than 12%. Three, the effective interest rate on the cost of financing at any given time should be less than or equal to applicable benchmark rate plus 250 basis points. The commercial nature of this project further contravenes the public debt financing framework. Further, the committee was not able to get details of the components of the project from the submitted feasibility study report. The committee recommends that UNRA should ensure that all the necessary requirements for the implementation are in place before actual implementation of the project in order to avoid delay. 11.3, status of land acquisition. The committee observed that securing the right of way is critical in the fulfillment of the resettlement action plan. The committee was informed by UNRA that it has acquired 62% of the required land to create the right of way. The total estimated cost of compensation amounts to 41.586 billion, and out of the amount, only 29 billion had been paid as December 2023, representing a 70% cost of the land acquisition. UNRA further informed the committee that while securing the right of way for the smooth implementation of the project, UNRA encountered challenges such as the failure by Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs to sign for land that falls under Kabamba Barracks, failure to consent, the later tenants due unresolved conflicts between the landlords and tenants. For purposes of record, Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Defense has not given permission to UNRA to provide for a road which goes through UNRA, where Ministry of Defense is also a beneficiary under Kabamba, as well as project staff persons, missing documents, and other not turning up for disclosure. The committee observed that without clearance from stakeholders, the project is likely to delay, thus affecting project implementation. The committee recommends the following. One, the Ministry of Finance should provide the funds to UNRA to enable them complete the payment of project affected persons under this project. Two, the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs should avail the project with the required right of way in order for the timely implementation of this project. Right, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the committee observes that the loan is non-concessional. Its interest rate is high. The unit cost per kilometer is also high, among others. The committee therefore recommends that Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development renegotiates this loan request for better terms. I beg to report.
Thank you. Told there is a minority report. Yes.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, in spirit of working together, it's true, there is a minority report and the opportunity is now.
Honorable Chirumira, so just do summary. Will be captured all of it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Again, under Rule 205, I present a minority report, the members of the Committee on National Economy that signed this document, including myself, the Honorable Kamara, and the Honorable Onguzu Lee. Right Honorable Speaker, while we fully support the construction of roads in our country, especially in the central region, whose infrastructure development is still wanting, the current approach to road construction raises significant concerns, and I would like to highlight some of them. First and foremost, this particular loan is very expensive. The loan is purely commercial from Citibank with very heavy financing terms, including an interest rate of 12% as put by NPA. And that is equivalent to a money lender. Right Honorable Speaker, if we could allow for the minister to read the letter from the NPA here, we would all agree that this particular loan is totally unwanted in our country because the terms and the conditions of this loan, as you've seen, are detrimental for our country. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, the conditions precedent to the loan effectiveness. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the conditions for this loan to become effective is the confirmation that UNRWA has obtained all the necessary authorization in Uganda. These authorizations are required for the purchase and import of all the goods and services under the commercial contract, with payments made in Euro. Additionally, these authorizations must remain valid and in full force, overseen by the executive officer of UNRWA, who acts as the accounting officer. It's also clear that Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, just like the chairman has said, refused another government agency to do the construction. So until then, we still have a problem with the effectiveness of this particular loan. Right Honorable Speaker, we all know that Uganda is currently undergoing a rationalization of government agencies.
No, let them finish a report. It's a report. Honorable colleagues, you see, please, it's not his report. It's the report of the members. He can't decide their own. So the only thing I requested him, Honorable Chirumira, is summarize so that the full report will be captured. But indeed,
thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the guidance. They must just be calm and listen. Right, Honorable Speaker, we all know that our country is undergoing a rationalization of government agencies. As a result, UNRWA is an implementing agency, is to be streamlined and incorporated in the parent ministry. It is important to consider the implication of this transition and how it will affect the condition of the loan effectiveness in the maintenance, validity, administrative oversight, and compliance. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'll speak the unit cost because I had thought that it wasn't captured by the main report, but we all know that the unit cost of this particular loan is very high and it's so alarming. 4, I've said I'm skipping it, please listen. The president letter for this loan approval, Right Honorable Speaker, like I've said, the president gave guidance that for each and any new loan, we should get an approval from the president. The letter we got from the minister was done in 2022, and it is asking questions. There's no clearance from the president as to whether we should go ahead to approve this particular loan. Going ahead to approve this loan may be against the wishes of the president. 5, utilized and underutilized funds in the transport sector. Right Honorable Speaker, this House has approved millions of dollars of projects that have remained underutilized and unutilized in the transport sector, continuing to burden taxpayers with commitment fees and interest payments. A list below enumerates the different projects that are underutilized or unutilized. According to the performance of loans report as of the end of 2023 October, a total of $3,482 million was allocated to the transport sector, with US dollars 2,012.06 million, representing a 57.8, remaining unutilized, thus imposing a significant cost on the government. This situation has not changed since then, yet we continue to borrow. The list is provided below for all the unutilized and underutilized projects. Right Honorable Speaker, we therefore recommend and conclude that given our economic situation, we cannot sustain such expensive foreign cash inflow and the appetite for borrowing. The government, through the central bank, should adjust its monetary and fiscal policies to reduce the do-or-die borrowing. Or our country is a member of the IMF and it's allowed to borrow funds on concessional terms lower than this particular loan. We therefore request this House to hold on to this loan until our country gets a proper loan source that is going to fund this particular project. Otherwise, going ahead with this particular loan will cause a big burden for our country going forward. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, Honorable, you're a member of the committee and you've signed the report, and your report has been submitted, so you know the rules. No, but you can't have information on a report. That's, yeah, no, please. So, Honorable colleagues, now I want to ask Honorable Minister. I was on the Committee of National Economy, and I have read through this loan. And I did a comparison because I was reading through your reports. The loan under package 4 is cheaper than all the loans we approved for oil roads. I was on that Committee of National Economy because oil roads, I remember the reason we were given, that the oil road is not like these other roads because of the heavy equipment it carries. They do double layer, they do where we are doing design of 10 years, here they are doing around 20 years. I remember we faced resistance when we were handling the ones for Bunyoro. They are expensive. But someone asked, do you know the equipment that is going to go on these roads? Think it's like the other one? Then number 2, honorable colleagues, we update ourselves. And this is just for guidance. There is no cheap money in the world now. Cheap money, I was told, in fact, was Japan. I don't know whether we should stop borrowing, but if you're waiting for concessional loans, forget about it. There is no cheap money. Even us who are looking for money to do business globally, you can no longer get cheap money. So we either leave borrowing completely, we know we can't do these projects. And then I was seeing this one of insurance. Now, you approved here as Parliament, you approved the loan, but you don't want, you're saying you don't approve the insurance component of it, which is an addendum. Then it means you have to record the whole loan, which you approved. So some of these things, anyway, I might sound as if I'm betting, but when you're a reader and you have this information, you have to guide. Because you get shocked when you see some of these submissions. If you say really you don't want the oil road to be done now, when you have finished the other roads, you're finishing ECOP, oil is going to get out. So what is going to happen? to the oil storage facilities we are going to put in this site. What? You. Honorable Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, let us debate. Let us not hide under procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, we all agree. We all agree that considering the state of roads that we have in this country, there is need for more investment in roads. And when you look at Masaka-Mutukula Road, no one can underscore the economic importance of that road to this country. When you look at Rusaida and Konge-Rumegere Road, it's equally a very important road. But Right Honorable Speaker, we have to also remind ourselves of these facts. We have undisbursed loans close to 14.5 trillion. Before now, you will come in later, right? Right Honorable Speaker, all these are loans for this country. All these are borrowed to work on roads. So before we approve, the minister must explain what strategy do you have to ensure that we reduce the amount of loans that you borrow and you fail to utilize. It's a very important issue because this is not someone's business. This is the business of the country where we end up paying expensively. Honorable colleagues, we are paying commitment fees of close to 434 billion on top of this money that we borrow. We have paid so far 5.5 billion on penalties, on failure on cancellation of loans that you've borrowed. You borrow, then you cancel. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I do agree that we need to borrow, but we need to bring the Ministry of Finance to order. They borrow money, they fail to utilize it. And when you look at the reasons as to why they fail counterpart funding, you need to convince us. Are you ready to provide counterpart funding for these roads? Otherwise, you are becoming a very big disgrace to this country. As the Minister of Finance and Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Msas and his colleagues must know that Uganda is not dying tomorrow. This is a country that is there to stay. So he must convince us, I agree, we need to borrow money, but you must convince this country that you are ready to utilize the money that you borrowed. Short of that, we don't need to borrow more money or else work on the roads that you've already borrowed for. Otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker, I agree that for Mutukura, Masaka Road, we can borrow the money, but also look at the issue of retrospective approval. Retrospective approval is not allowed. You do whatever you do, later on you come to Parliament. Are we here to rubber stamp? So, Right Honorable Speaker, retrospective approval is not allowed in the issue when it comes to borrowing. Otherwise, I do agree that we need the money to construct roads, but we must also calculate, look at the cost-benefit analysis to this country. Honorable Msas, you don't have to threaten me. The way he's looking at me, Right Honorable Speaker, it looks as if, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Hey, it's as if you want to.
Honorable colleagues, I request you take your seats. You've listened to both sides. This is your decision, okay? We cannot sleep here. This is your decision. I now put the question that the motion for a resolution of Parliament to approve the addendum to the proposal for China Chingching International Construction Corporation, Fiscal Uganda Limited, to pre-finance the construction of Masaka-Mutukura Road and rehabilitation of Nyendo Villa Maria Road, upgrading of 3.5 kilometer access road to Uganda, People's Defenses Forces Barracks in Masaka, 3.5 kilometer access road to Masaka Industrial Park, and the upgrade of 28.5 kilometer for Chikagati Kafunzo Road be adopted. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable colleagues, I now put the question that the motion for resolution of Parliament authorize government to borrow up to euro 126,440,160.68, equivalent to USD 136.95 million, as at 5th December 2023, from Citibank to finance the design and build of Package 4, Rusarira Kasambia, Nkonge, Rumegere, Zimbabwe Road upgrading project, 97 kilometers be adopted. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. House adjourned to Tuesday at 2 p.m.
No.